Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
Ingwe grew up in an reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world. their challenges to share.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
welcome back, everyone. Slightly laggy right now, but I think it is compensating. I think we should be ready to go in 2 seconds. I'm just checking that the audio works as usual.
Audio should work.
Audio should work.
Their challenges.
Audio should work.
Hello.
Did it not work?
There we go. Yes, I can hear it. Cool.
Well, I hope that it's working, yeah.
There we go. Now I can hear myself, and I'm just going to get away from this thing here.
Yay.
There we go.
Stream's a little bit laggy. It's
Yes.
like a bit like, what robots?
I'm not quite sure what it is doing. Do that. Everything should be the way it should be.
My upload rate's pretty bad too, so I don't know why.
Okay, I will do that. Maybe that helped.
How bizarre.
That is
Bizarre.
very strange, actually. I just
My favorite
restarted
song
my
when I was a kid.
Is it that old?
Hey,
Right.
I'm a
okay.
spring chicken.
Spring chicken. Cool. I think the lag is going to sort itself out. I hope. Hopefully. We'll see. Looks like everything is a little strange in the quality today as well. Not quite sure what's going on there.
It's a Monday. It's a
Yeah.
stream day.
Public holiday, everyone's using the internet.
Yeah.
That's probably what it is.
My internet is very fast.
That's good.
According to Google.
Let me just.
It's not me at fault today.
No, if it was just one of us, it'd be like just our camera.
Hmm.
It was like having a moment.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
think
quite
everyone
sure
looks
what's
pretty
going-
good today.
Woo.
Yeah, I think everything
Especially
looks
you,
pretty-
chat. Especially you. I can't
Especially
read whatever
chat.
you're saying, but
All right, I'm going
Oh,
to
yeah.
stop looking at it for 2 seconds because I think it's going to sort itself out. My camera is a little laggy too, but I think it will sort itself out. It can't really change. It looks like the internet quality should be fine too. So far, it's all in green. Not quite sure. Maybe it's OBS having a meltdown today.
Could be. They just
Actually-
updated, right? So,
Yes.
that would be it.
yeah.
Anyway, let's see how we go.
Yep.
Welcome back, everyone, to Monsters Mayhem. First announcement, as usual, is join a Discord because you have to. That's it. Welcome to the show.
You have
Um,
no choice.
yeah, we have a very cool community where we can talk about everything. We can hang out and we can support each other if anyone should need so. And we talk about Dungeons and Dragons sometimes. Mostly food, mostly dogs and pets and cats. But yeah, you definitely can talk about Dungeons and Dragons too. Other than that, I don't think I have any more announcements today. Does anyone else have anything to say?
Not that I can think of.
Ooh, Laura is now an agent of action for 2 months.
Well, yeah.
Right. Next week we're going to have our catch up stream. So next week we aren't going to be fighting anything or RPing anything. We're going to be theory scheming and looking back at some of the previous episodes maybe. And that's going to be really cool too. But we need some silver foil hats for that, as usual. I still have mine somewhere.
I can
Right. Yeah, I made one pretty quickly with my
We need to have
crafty.
a crafting
yeah.
session. 'Cause I have no
Crafting.
idea how to make a tinfoil hat, but I'll be willing to learn.
Well, we can do an instruction video as part of
Yeah.
the next stream if you want. How to make a
Just right at the
functioning
beginning.
tinfoil hat to make sure
Yep.
the aliens doesn't read it. Cool. Well, I think that's pretty much it. My name is Tom. I'm the producer and dungeon master of Monsters and Mayhem. And if you have more dice than holiday plans on your bucket list, you come to the right place. Right.
Weird.
Let me put some music on because I've can feel the silence killing me slightly right now. There we go. That feels better. Right. So in our last session, last we left off, there was a few interesting things that happened. One of them was that you ventured back from the cave the previous session, and you got some time to recover. There was some praying to some gods, and you also ended up having a meeting with a bunch of gods, actually. Which for some was a bit of an eye-opener, for some they have seen it before. But especially for Drekig, realizing that the god who had chosen him was an infant. Made him question certain things about his life. Maybe it's time for a career change. That was one part of it, at least. The other part was that you were also trying to solve the mystery of the cloaked figures within the city of the Ivory Clasp. And in best
Fiendish
cloak
creatures.
and dagger style, you investigated these individuals and you tracked them down to a place where they were meeting. And after doing some reconnaissance, you realized they were playing mazes and hydras. They weren't actually doing anything dodgy.
They were planning on assassinating and killing leeches and things.
They were
Yeah.
going to kill kings and leeches and stuff, but I mean, as you do. But it wasn't a dangerous threat. In fact, it was not a threat at all. You all had fun with that, and after you left, Ingwe decided to stay back and play a little bit as Jam. Maybe listen to a little bit of the rules, and yeah, after a while he decided to go back after everyone else had gone to bed, but he didn't make it quite there before something happened. Someone grabbed you in the middle of the street. Someone wearing a hood had almost golden, beady little eyes glowing back at you, and the only thing he said to you was, "Where is Celeste?" And that's where we'll begin today's episode.
I don't know where she is right now. It's a bit late. She's probably playing a flute or something. Are you a friend of hers? It's a bit. You're in my space a bit.
And at this point, he's still kind of holding on to you. And you can see that he has like 3 big fingers on his hand, and they're purple.
I've never met someone like you before. How do you know Celeste?
Let's just say that she's in the way.
She's in the way.
Where is she?
If you know where if she's in the way, don't you know where she is? Anyway, that's so confusing. I'll find out where she is. If you let me know your name, I'll let her know that we're coming.
No need. I just need to know where she is.
I don't.
I'm
know
sure
where
you
she
can
is.
give that to me, can't you?
No, I've been playing this amazing game, with like these little rocks, and you roll. But anyway, you're obviously looking for Celeste. I will find out where she is, and then we'll go there.
You feel a pain in your shoulder as some sort of pincer comes out underneath his cloak and hits you. And as it retracts, you see these 3 fangs as it disappears. And you start feeling a little oozy. And you take 4 points of piercing damage. But you're feeling a little unwell.
Is he still holding on to me?
He's holding on to you with one hand, yes.
Can you? Ow! Piss off! I've tried to be helpful, and I will. Wild shape.
Right. What are you wild shaping into?
A polar bear.
Right. Okay. Well, that definitely breaks the grapple, or what it can the hold. I wouldn't even call it a grapple. And you see that he doesn't look like he was expecting this, he takes a few steps back, and you can see these 4 arms coming out, all with 3 fingers on each. And you can see this scorpion-like pincer behind him coming out from the cloak. And as you look at him, he just into a cloud of shadows and disappears. And you feel this wound where he stabbed you is it's not hurting anymore. Actually, you're feeling quite good, and your mind starts to drift a little bit, and you're starting to hallucinate like really strangely. You start seeing purple trees and blue grass, and you can see the sky is a different color. It's like almost like blood red, and you can see all the people that are on the street kind of blink back and forth between being there and this other place. And after a little bit, you lose consciousness. You wake up again, and it's morning. You've just been laying in one of these grassy fields. Nothing's missing. Everything is where it was. Seems like you didn't come back to finish the job. But you had some crazy-ass dreams about all this colorful stuff. Not sure if you got high or if there was something else element to it. You still have the 3 pincers and a purplish, almost blue mark in between the 3. But you wake up in the morning. You technically had a long rest. So did everyone else. You can click the buttons. And you find yourself just on the street.
Celeste! Sorry, Celeste!
Hey, watch where you're going!
Are you speaking into the sending stone?
Yeah.
What?
There's a man, not a man. There's a person with a big thing coming to get you. Are you all right? Did he find you?
Wait, hang on. Man, not a man, person.
No, like a scorpion, maybe. Had a bit looked really dangerous. Stabbed me, and then I fell asleep, even though I was running as a polar bear. And normally I can't fall asleep as a polar bear. And I was running to try and see if you were all right, because he hurt me. And then I fell asleep and had weird dreams. And it's morning, and maybe it was a dream.
Wait, how late were you playing with those people last night?
Pretty late.
Where are you? I'm gonna reach over and to the person closest to me and shake them awake.
What? I think that's normally Sean in my head. Sean has always been next to you, but I don't know if that's true. That's up to you.
I'm back left. Oh, sorry, back right of the tent. I'm back right.
left. Sorry.
Okay, so it'd be Drekik.
Cool.
What?
We need to go find Ingwe, I think.
Well, John and I were waiting for him for ages. Where is he?
Ingwe, darling, where are you?
I'm coming. I'm heading back. A couple of minutes away. Wait. If he's trying to find you, I probably shouldn't come back, because then maybe he's watching.
Did you say it's just a scorpion?
No, it was like a demon. It wasn't. Maybe Faye. Maybe. Man, those dreams. Wow.
Look, no, just come back to the tent and we can talk about it.
As long as everyone's ready, because he wanted to find you, and when I turned into a polar bear, he ran away, and he might have followed me.
Celeste is going to poke her head out of the tent and look at the sky and try and determine kind of what time it is. Kind of look around to see if the place is bustling with people, if it's kind of just twilight. I mean, yeah, no.
Fair.
And you'd be able to see
Yeah, he'll be running back. It's probably around 8 in the morning. There's people everywhere, and the bakers have already started long ago to produce their the goods for the day. There's a lot of travel back and forth. It's just a bustling day now.
Well, Ingwe, we need to leave anyway. It's about what? We need to get over to the airship and start arranging ourselves for flight.
Yeah, definitely. So and I'll walk up and start speaking normal talk. But can I look around to check if I can see a beady-eyed man with a scorpion tail?
You can make a perception check.
9.
Doesn't look like it. Also, you didn't really get to see his face, but you definitely could recognize his figure. He was like the size of an orc, maybe a little bit bigger than those orcs that attack you
Yeah.
in the cave, but obviously of a purplish skin tone. You would definitely be able to recognize him, but you can't really see anyone that stands out to you as potentially even being this person.
Look. I'm not. I thought that maybe there was something weird that happened, but there's definitely. I've got this mark left over from the person. Have you seen anything like this before?
Have I seen anything like that before?
No, you haven't seen anything like that before. It's like the wound itself is like if someone had a when you get stung by a snake, it's like a snake bites you, it has like those pincers going in, but it has 3 of them, almost like perfectly aligned as a triangle, and then in the middle it's just blue.
Blue like bruised or blue like unnatural, like poisoned, like.
It looks more like a bruise than it looks like poisoned, but there is slight, when you have like what they call Icarus veins, is that what they call? Varicose veins, like that coming out a little bit. That looks like they're dark purple, and that could be a sign of poison, but just a mild one, not like it would be really, really inflamed if it was still poisonous. But it looks like there was a temporary effect of some sort.
Oh, so this wasn't part of your game that you played last night. It wasn't just a small scorpion. You were actually attacked by something.
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't communicate that very well.
No, I've just woken up in my brain. It's not on yet.
I finished the game, and then I was walking back, and when I was walking back, a figure stepped out of the shadows and grabbed me, and I just said, "Hello, it's okay. Stop being so aggressive." And then I held up my sending stone, like I'll send you a message, and then he got real aggro about it because he thought that I knew where you were, and I didn't know where you were because I hadn't asked you yet. And then he stabbed me with a thing, and I turned into a polar bear, and he ran away. And then
you said he was looking for me.
Yeah, and then then oddly, because usually, when I turned into a polar bear and started running back, man, I had the weirdest dreams. It was like the trees were moving and the sky changed colors, and there was like weird creatures. Yeah, man, the dreams were weird.
John, I'm just gonna kick John awake.
Yeah, you stay away from the king.
I think those guys summoned that demon. I think it affected Ingwe.
I knew I didn't trust those guys. I knew it.
He says he got. What were you seeing? Like swirling colors?
Was like a different place. Like I don't know, kind of how. No, it's not like Celeste's home. It was like
Demon realm.
No,
it was a land of fiends.
Nah, I reckon it was more like, like where Vartex is from and stuff. Like, where I get the animals that, when I get the goats and stuff to come. Yeah, like what I see, like I get a flash of it when I invite them in and ask them to be goats.
That is where I'm from.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, same place.
How do you know?
Well, I don't. I'm a bit confused. But when I summon animals, they're not actually animals. They are creatures from the Fae. They're Fae creatures,
Correct.
and so they're from the Fae home, and it happens really quick, right? Like, because I invite them as part of the spell, as part of saying the spell, I invite them to come and be a goat, and then they go, yep, and then they come and be a goat.
So, sorry, Ingwe, I'm still confused. Take me back. When this person approached you, what was it that happened? What were his exact words? What?
Where is Celeste?
Oh,
And then I said, I haven't seen her for a while. I've been playing a game, and then started telling him the rules of the game, and he seemed a bit frustrated by that. And then he said that I should know where you are, and I offered to call you in the Sending Stone, and he was like, "Don't, you should know where she is, don't you know?" And why would he know that I know where you are? What a weird. He knew where I was and that I was with you, but didn't know where you were. Do you have like a thing to stop people looking at you?
no. Although it's not a bad thing to pick up and carry with you. If we ever happen across one, that's not a bad idea. But no, that sort of protective magic I don't have.
So then this would have been like probably close to midnight, and then he stabbed me. No, it was more like a bite, a sting. He stung me here, and then I turned into a bear, and then I ran. No, he ran. He like melded into a puff of smoke. That'd be a cool way to teleport. And
Well, I'm not sure what this creature is or what they could possibly want with me, but I'm glad that we are leaving this morning. They're searching for us here. We'll be many, many miles away by tomorrow.
I don't like the look or the sounds of this thing either.
I can't imagine why. And they didn't mention at all why they were looking for me.
no, and I asked, and I think he was trying to threaten me, but it was dark, so I couldn't see his face. I think he was, yeah, definitely. In hindsight, he was like, "Do what I want, because I'm gonna hurt you," and because I don't look very strong, but then when I'm a polar bear, I think I look strong. So I probably I didn't see him, but I probably could have taken him.
Right. Well, I say we pack the tent up and make our way over towards the airship. Make sure we get Mana.
Agreed. I'll start on mana.
As quickly as possible. I don't know what I can do for that wound, though, Ingwe. Never seen anything quite like it.
I hope it doesn't mean he can. Yeah. Drekik.
Yes.
Have you seen something like this before?
I haven't, have I? Don't think so.
No.
No, I haven't seen anything quite like that before. I've seen a number of wounds on the field of battle, but none quite like that.
Well, yeah. Should we get going? Let's go find Mana. Maybe she'll know. Do you think I should drink this potion? Do you think does it help? Pull out like a greater healing potion.
Unless you're feeling quite poorly, I wouldn't recommend. That's kind of about to die, situation.
Oh yeah. Am I feeling poorly?
You actually feel fine.
Maybe it's just like the tattoos. Maybe it's a new group. maybe we're gonna be like the chosen ones of a whole new set of.
We're going to be the
Okay,
chosen
got it.
ones out of every single possible cloister that there is in Epidos. This is going to be. Everyone's going to want a piece of us, which.
Why
Yeah,
does
like the
everyone want a
Pixie
piece
King.
of us?
Maybe we can be the Pixie King's chosen too.
Let's just focus on getting over to the airship, getting aboard, getting ourselves situated there. When we get back to Kronos, we can think about that then. Right now, I just want to get up in the air.
Sean's off and looking for Mana, by the way.
Yep. No problem finding her. She's right outside. She's just living in the inn, like sleeping in the inn. So no problem. You can definitely find her and bring her back quickly.
Easy.
She's already packed and ready to go.
On the way back, I'll give her a very, very brief summary of basically like something happening. Wait with the thing. And yep, we gotta go.
Right.
Seems pretty much all it says.
Well, but she comes.
We'll fill you in properly in a moment. But
Well,
yeah,
we didn't let the guy know about that the people weren't dangerous
Oh, we should probably do that. Hey,
at the orange tree. The mandarin tree.
You have to go past anyway on the way to the airship.
He just told you to go to the Software Council when you are done.
do you want me to start heading there now, so that we can at least get that up and going, and then we'll meet
Well,
at the
We
airship
just
or
go
something?
past on the way.
Yeah. Did he pay us already? Did we get paid?
Not yet.
Oh.
No.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Let's go.
And in absolute worst case scenario, I can always just tell him. Without having to actually go to them.
Okay.
Yeah, I could ask someone. I could ask a friend to go and see them too. Okay.
Right.
I got Mana, guys.
Yep.
Dropkick, do you want to pack down the tent?
Yes.
Help you out.
Wait. I'll get a handful of flies.
Yes, good
Smart.
idea. We need those.
Also, follow suit.
There you go.
How does this work?
You got it.
Yeah.
Yep. That's it.
I'm stuck.
Lift it. There you go.
Oh, yep. Okay, Thank you.
The only game where you RP pulling down a tent, and not only that, doing it badly.
This is what I live for. This is why Dungeons and Dragons have been such a big part of my life.
Yep.
Fictive camping. It's like what do you call it? Like fantasy football or fantasy camping. I don't have to go anywhere.
Can camp from the safety of my home.
Exactly. But yes, eventually you probably have someone point out the lever on the main tent pole in the middle. And as you click it and grasp it, the whole tent disappears into a umbrella-sized device.
This would revolutionize army camps. Just saying, war camps, thing of the past.
I just love the dichotomy between like this holy cleric who is the chosen of all the gods of his religion and is astounded by this tent that we have.
Kind of dystopia.
He met gods yesterday.
Yeah.
And he's like, whoa, guys, this tent. Holy shit.
Very true.
Anyway.
That is very true.
Yep.
Alright.
Okay,
Where are you heading?
right. So we'll go past the Software Council on the way to the airships and just let them know.
Let's.
Just a bunch of people having a laugh.
Right. So you meet Costa there, and he invites you into his little office, which seems to be a very, very small, almost broom closet-sized room. He gives a listen over what you're saying and he's trying not to laugh a little bit. And he slides over a pouch of the 500 gold. As far as I remember, that was what you were getting paid.
Money.
And then the next thing that happened was that well, we were trying to sneak through the underground dungeon, and then, but it wasn't like here. It was like this imaginary world. It had like, what was he saying? It was like electricity, and you turn the lights on with it. Yeah, so cool. It's like lightning in a jar.
Right.
Oh, should we? Enough? Is that enough detail? That's the first hour. I mean, I can keep telling you.
What are you talking about again?
I think we're good.
Oh, cool. Okay, maybe I should write it down in like a book, like Mum did. Yeah.
Wow.
Potentially.
There's a lot of drugs in this city. I gotta take care of that. Anyway, thank you for doing business with me. Of course, I had expected something slightly different, but thank you nonetheless.
It is a relief to find out that you don't have anarchists in the city, trying to destroy things from the inside. At least we can give you that peace of mind.
Yes.
Or a
And,
sex club or something.
well, I mean, we do have a
Yes.
few of those ones, but they have been ratted out one by one during time. Anyway, well, at least we know what these individuals are doing, and yeah, you never know. Maybe I'll join them.
I'd keep an eye on them. I've heard things about that game. I don't trust it.
Well, the church doesn't seem to like it very much. So, but wait, what does the church like these days?
Point towards
That's
traffic.
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah.
a great game.
There you go. See, justified.
Right. Well, thank you very much, nonetheless, for doing business with you. If you're ever in these parts again, let me know. Maybe I can use someone of your investigative strength.
Absolutely. If we ever return to the city, we'll come find you and see if you got any work to offer.
Sounds good.
But for now, we have an airship to catch.
Bon voyage.
Appreciate it.
And as everyone's walking out, I'm going to hang behind for a sec. As I kind of get to the door, like...
What?
Just so you're aware, there is something that you might want to know about the city.
Right?
Last night, one of my friends was attacked.
Oh.
By something in the street, something not of this world.
I take
thought
out
you
a
should
little notebook. Can you have any description of this individual?
A large man-scorpion hybrid.
Scorpion hybrid. Right.
Yes, with pincers.
Right. I will keep an eye out. I haven't heard of anything like that before. I can message you or get one of our associates to message you if I hear anything. If that's...
I don't know what it was doing here or what it wanted, but it just accosted him randomly in the streets. I just thought you should know. Just keep an eye out.
Yes, of course. I'll put it into the daily rotations of the guards. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Be safe out there.
Yes, of course. Drop my way back out to the street.
Right. And Mana starts investigating your wound, if you will let her in, right?
Yeah, and then he got me, and then I turned into a bear, and then he ran away. Have you seen something like this before?
I haven't, but there's something inside. Hold still. And she clicks a button on her arm, and it turns into like a, almost like a, what do you call it, like a little pincer. And she starts
Tweezers.
rummaging around a little bit. Tweezers. Starts rummaging around a little bit, and it hurts a little bit because the wound's already kind of closed a little bit because fantasy world, you heal in your sleep. But eventually she pulls out a little stone, like this size. A little bluish stone. Looks like a little shard. It's not like polished or anything like that. It just looks like a piece of glass almost. I'm not quite sure what this is, but that was in there.
Will she hand it to me?
Yeah.
Do I? It's like a piece of glass. Can I like?
It's like the size of a small piece of glass, and it's like sharp like a piece of glass.
Can I recognize with my knowledge of nature whether it's seems like glass or like is it a mineral or is it like a bit that's broken off a pincer?
Right. Make a nature check, I'd say.
15.
It doesn't seem like it's glass. It seems like it is still polished, but it's polished to be sharp.
Oh, like artificially. Wow. Like if you put it on the end of something and then put some poison in it and you could use it as a poison delivery device.
Potentially. It's definitely a sharp little object that can go into
Things.
pretty much anything.
But it doesn't look like the stinger of a bee.
No.
Like made of
This is an artificial thing.
gelatin or keratin or I don't know what your fingernails are made out of, but in bees' bones. Yeah, not that. Okay.
It doesn't look like this is something natural. It looks like this is something fabricated.
Whoa. I'm gonna get like a little leaf pouch for like that I carry all my things in and put it in and then pass it to Miss Celeste. Hey Miss did you want to Mana got the thing out of my thanks, Mana. Hey Mana, have you heard of a creature like that? Like beady eyes, purple, like my size, but like bigger, like a rhinoceros, but my height.
Who were you asking, sir?
Mana, firstly.
No, she doesn't seem to. I've heard of this before.
I wonder what the animal was. My memory's a bit. Hey, Miss Celeste, can you see what this is later on? Oh, do you want me to hold it, or can you hold it for a little while? It's inside the pouch. It's really small.
Right. No, I can hold on to it. That's fine. I'll put it in like an isolated pouch in my bag.
Mario?
Didn't realize there was anything else in it. I'm sorry, I looked earlier, but I couldn't tell.
Can I detect magic before I?
You can.
Yep.
It is magical.
Anyway, you can transform into things, right? Could you look like that guy? Like, could you become one of those creatures, or?
I didn't. Well, that's why I'm trying to figure it out. Because the other thing I could do is if I figure out what kind of creature I didn't know what kind of creature it was, and if I know what kind of creature it is, I could find it. I could be like, there it is.
Okay.
But only if it was an animal. Maybe it wasn't an animal.
No, we can. Well, maybe not now, especially not in the middle of the street, but perhaps later on tonight, when we coalesce in our rooms aboard the ship, you can show us what the creature looked like, Ingwe.
I didn't really see their face.
Just show us what you saw.
Can I use disguise self to turn into the creature, or did I not see enough of the creature to turn into an approximation of the type of creature it was?
I think when you do that, you also change your clothing and stuff, so you would be able to turn into what you could see at least. Where you can't see, it would just be dark, like what you saw. And the ping you get is a divination type magic when you cast detect magic on it.
Or actually,
you got vaccinated and you got the microchip.
Miss Celeste, can you give me that back? That was really stupid. You know how maybe.
Well, do you want me to?
This before? No, they'll be able to find it real easy.
Well, do you want me to tell you exactly what it does, or do you just want to discard a bit?
I'll hold on to it until. Oh. Hang on. Drecker, can I have the tent?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
We're like outside the main thingo place, right? Like what's the name of the central spire thing? We're still with
Suffragan Council.
the Sovereign Council.
Hmm?
I'm gonna put up the tent,
Where are you putting the tent up?
like,
Just in
Is
front
there-
of it, near to the case, and then
yeah, and
Yeah.
a knot, yeah.
and no one's stopping you from putting up the tent. So
Oh, sorry, I'll be down in a second. I'm gonna go and put the thing inside the pocket of the tent.
Right.
And then I'm going to close the tent.
right, no problem. It is stored in your tent.
That's a good idea, Ingwe.
Probably won't work, but maybe it'll confuse them.
Well,
Anyway.
what I was thinking, if it is indeed a sort of tracer, device, we could just toss it into the ocean as we fly over. At least mislead them for a while.
Yeah, or I could give it to a friend of mine and ask them to give it to someone else. And then that person could, like, give it back. And they'll be like a wild goose chase. Oh, is there any geese?
Well, I have a goose mini now. Thank you.
Can I see any geese?
Make a perception check.
26.
You're pretty confident there's no geese in this area, but you also know that most of the farming is outside of the city gates.
Hey, Mr. John, are you planning on cooking, like, poultry on our trip?
Let me think back to it. It was mostly going to be pork, rabbit, and quail.
And they'd be all dead before we got on the... Someone would have murdered them before they go on the plane, or on the ship, or did they come on alive?
I assume so. I'm not sure what the storage system is up there. It depends how long we're up there. Might be worth it to keep them in cages or some other form of pens if they've got a space for it.
Okay, let's go find out.
All right.
Make our way up to the airships.
All the way up to the top, and you see a big sign saying the Travello Skyships. And you see the individual, as you know, is Speedy, who is standing next to the entrance to the ship. A few people have already boarded, and there seems to be a few other individuals who are going to be on the ship this time. And he's standing there next to the little box that he was standing on, so he could write on the pad.
Speedy was a
Hello.
gnome, right?
Yes, I'm a gnome. Hey.
Hey, we're reporting in.
Hello. So
hello.
you're security and you're the chef, eh?
Yep. I'm
Right.
sure.
Cool.
Sort of like look down to where my missing arm is and cross the fingers on my other hand.
Well, guess we aren't having sushi.
I know
Well,
he's wildly capable, even with just the one arm.
Oh, I have no doubt. The other one didn't even have any fingers on one hand, so don't worry about it.
There you go.
I have the utmost confidence in all of you.
Right, well,
Sounds like it.
should we go ahead and find our quarters, or?
But if you jump on board, I have another co-worker on there who can show you the way to your respectable cabins. Just hop on board and look for Terran.
All right.
Terran.
Does it look like there's enough space on the ship to put the tent up?
Space-wise,
Like on the deck?
very narrowly, but you can't put it in the ground.
Oh, you have to put it in the ground to
It
make
has
it
to
up.
be
right?
in the ground for it to work. So, for instance, a rocky surface, it's a no-go as well. So, no.
And we're up really high now, eh?
Oh, I mean, you're like a few stories up. I think you're
Okay.
probably like 190 feet into the air, maybe through this, going up this this tower.
I didn't think that through very well.
Well, you have a
Should
cabin.
we,
so.
should we go down and grab some supplies out of our tent before we...
Well, I think I put it away, but we can't get it back out for you to find out what it is.
That's what I'm saying. Should we go down and get some supplies out of the tent?
Yeah, and maybe get a box.
Box of pamphlets.
A box full of pamphlets made of lead.
Lead box. Need to keep those pamphlets safe. Who knows what the altitude could do to them.
I'll you want, I could wait here or potentially go track down Terran.
Celestial, right?
Just a favor.
Oh my god, that's so funny. I'm sorry.
That's what happened when she doesn't sleep an entire night.
Oh my god, look at my makeup. Okay, keep going.
1 point for Drake.
I'm just gonna pause my video for a second while I just clean up. I'll be back.
Oh, please just continue.
Drakic is going to eventually, at some point, just move away from the party and just sort of look over, find a vantage point where he can just look over as much of the land around him as he can see.
Yeah, it's a pretty good vantage point up there. You can't see much outside of the walls in the general vicinity, but you can see the faraway regions.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you can see mountain tops and larger constellations of like rocks and such like that all through the land. But whatever is within a few kilometers right outside of this wall, you can't see. But for instance, you can kind of make out where your home is, kind of in a way, where at least where the mountain tops are.
Would have thought 2 weeks ago they'd be leaving this place voluntarily. Not an easy goodbye, but I think something that needs to be done. Save all of you from everything that's happening. Ingwe.
Mr. Trickett, who are you talking to?
I was no one.
Can I have the tent again?
Oh, sure. Here. Yep. Sorry. I was talking to myself.
I'll be back in a minute. I'll
Okay.
just pop down the bottom.
All right. Just
And,
gonna keep over that.
You take in the environment and you take in all the memories of the region while you're standing there. Very fresh air too. You can still see that it's starting to snow, and some of the clouds further off is a little grayer than usual, and you know that means that winter is pretty much here now. Sean, you went after Terran.
I was going to see if I could find Terran in the meantime, yeah.
Right, so you jump on board because that's where you were directed towards, yes, and you expected it almost to move a little bit because you're used to ships and stuff, but this just stays stationary, which is a little funny. There is a few interesting things that you notice. The ship is quite large. There is like a second storage on top where you can see that that's where the captain is going to navigate the ship. There is also 2 cannons facing backwards up on that podium.
Okay.
There is like there's a pile of goods and general boxes that are on the deck itself that are just kind of piled to one side, and then there is like it's kind of like a dining table almost that's been put on the opposite side, and there's some chairs and such. It looks like this is a place where people could sit and have a meal together or something like that. Definitely room for like 4 to 6 people to sit there. And then at the far end, you can see this large anchor kind of hanging out from the side, which is, I mean, I guess it makes sense. It's a ship. But from an airship perspective, I'm not quite sure what that means. And above you, instead of sails, you can see this large, it's almost like a cylinder-shaped piece of canvas that's just stretched out to its full capacity. And you can see flames coming out of the back, but just at a very slight. It's not like full-blown rocket we're talking. It's just a little bit of fire coming out now and then to probably keep this thing afloat. You can see there are small holes underneath this cylinder where there's again fire coming up to maybe keep it upwards. And it's just stretched out. And where these masts of the ships normally would be, these masts are like it's still like a mast going up, but then it kind of have a metal band that goes around this cylinder to hold it in place. So it's inside there. So 3 of these masts are holding it in place. You can see there's a few people walking back and forth. There's a waitress. There is a woman who is like making some kind of mashed potato or some kind of thing. There's a few different individuals. One of them you see is a small gnome who's wearing like a dark black cloak, and he has like a dagger in his side, and looks like he's probably also maybe working there. He looks like he's just looking after everyone else. He's not quite settling in as everyone else seems to be. He seems like he's already good to go. And you get the idea that that's probably Terran.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Hey, what's up?
Hi.
Hey.
Are you Terran by chance?
Yeah, I'm Terran Lucky Luck's Facet Frame. Well, what can I help you with?
That is a name I will have to practice.
It's gnomes. We got a few names. Like, I mean, we have the first name, middle name, last name, and then we have the side name. I'm not married yet, and I don't have a high status, so the future will bring something, maybe. No.
Well, I commend your memory.
That's my name. Of course I'll remember it.
Oh, yeah.
How can I help you?
Sorry, we were told to find you to locate our quarters. I'm going to be one of the cooks or the main cook.
Cool.
I'm not sure the situation exactly, but
Cool. That's great.
I've got some associates that'll be joining us shortly. Before they come up, I was just curious. You wouldn't happen to know the storage situation for the livestock, if they're kept live, or if we have the meat pre-slaughtered, things like that.
I think most of the meat's pre-slaughtered. There's some chickens downstairs because they, like eggs, they come out of chickens.
Yep.
But I think most of the other meat, like, would be.
They keep any quails around as well? I was told to hand in some ingredients earlier, and
I'm not quite sure. Was that on your list?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure it's down there. I mean, did you specify that it was quail meat or quail eggs, or?
I think I specified both.
Right.
Honestly, there was a point where I didn't even remember that I brought a list, but then everyone else reminded me, and so right. I'm just hoping for the best.
I think they're probably live downstairs. You can go have a look if you want. There's a lot of storage downstairs. If you want to, we can go have a look.
Yeah, if that's all right, and then I'll head up here to meet my friends if you want to guide us from there after.
Cool.
I appreciate it.
He looks up at another guy up on the second stage where the captain's, what do you call it, like a steering wheel is. And he's like, "Hey, Balin, I'm going downstairs and having a look, eh? Hey, come on." And he kind of leads you into this big door, and then you go down these stairs, and it's a bit narrow when it comes to the stairs, but it's actually a pretty big ship, to be honest. Takes you down 2 levels, and then you go through a little door, and then in behind there is kind of like a storage area. And there's just boxes and boxes and boxes. You can see that there is a live goat in the corner that has been like chained to the side of the ship. There is on the opposite side some chickens in coops in little cages, and there's also live quails.
Sweet.
There is not anything else that seems to be alive. There's some lobsters that are also alive, but that looks like the date on the box has probably been there a while, and you're not quite sure if that lobster is alive or if it's dead. But the water is definitely brown.
Okay.
Most of the other storage things in here are general storage that seems to be like it could be like tailored goods and stuff like that. It's all different storage that probably some of the guests or someone else have hired them to transport from A to B.
Okay. Okay.
And most of the food is in the same area at least. So.
Oh, this is good. All right. Thank you. I appreciate you taking me down here.
Not too bad, man. Not too bad at all.
All right. I think my friends should be probably on their way back in a sec. I'll go up by the door and I'll bring them over towards you, and we need to be directed to our cabins, I guess, wherever we're staying.
Yeah, sure thing. No problem, man. No problem.
Right.
And anyway, you have eventually gone down, done the thing, taken anything you want out, and are running back up again. And while he's on the way up of the stairs, Celeste and Drekik, you're both on the top still, right?
No, I went down with Ingwe.
Okay, so you went down with Ingwe into that. Drekik, while you are on the top, you see 2 additional guests arrive. They don't seem to be with each other, but they seem to arrive pretty much the same time. One of them is a tiefling. He's mostly white, but you can see that the front of his face is a little bit more bluish, so it's kind of changing from white to blue across the front, and it goes all the way down towards his chest. He has like these large curly horns that going backwards and like long white hair. He also has freckles, and the freckles are in the shape of little stars, and they're like darkish purple almost. And his eyes are completely white, but they have little glimmer effect to them almost. And the other guy is a very commonly dressed outdoorsman type, one could say. It's not clothing that you'd see uncommon where you pretty much grew up. It's a Goliath, and he has long black dreadlocks and has a little bit of a full beard going on as well. He looks like he's a hardy kind of guy, but he doesn't say anything, even though the tiefling talks to him every now and then and asks him, "Oh, that's a nice ship," and "Oh, can you see that?" And he's like, doesn't really seem to say much. But they arrive and they both get their name signed at the door, and they walk on board as well. And as you 2 arrive, you also just see the end of these 2 individuals and going on board with the ship as well.
Did we catch the names that they gave?
Make a perception check, I'd say.
I'll make one.
Right.
Perception. Come on, baby. No. 6, 7. No, I got a 10.
I got 16.
Right. You do catch the name Strekik. The tiefling is called Carstein Chimera. And the Goliath is Osiro Keg.
Syrocake. And these names do not ring a bell to me.
Nope.
No.
Nope. Yes.
Mrs. Mana, are you around?
Yeah, I'm right here. I was just waiting for everyone to get on board. I must say, I haven't seen one of these ships in a while. That's a joke. Literally, it was here like 2 months ago. But anyway, yeah, are you okay?
You know the dream thing that we've got.
Yes.
It's kept in a lead box, and I was wondering if I could hang on to it for the trip to keep it safe.
If you want to.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, sure. And she grabs this little box from her backpack and she gives it to you. It's a very flat box as well, so it's not like it's a big thing.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
But it's like when like a necklace box, like very fancy necklace box.
And I will slip the little pouch inside the box.
Right.
with the glass liver.
Yep. Cool. No problem.
Oh, you did we chat, Celeste, on the like? I'm really worried about. I want you to have a look at it, but not right now. I think we should get moving. And I might. DM. Nah, I'll try it. I'll wait until we're there, and then you'll decide, and then it'll work or it won't. Right. Yeah.
Okay.
I also, when we were downstairs in the tent, just as a note, I grabbed hundreds and hundreds of pamphlets and
Right. That's like
rolled
a
them.
good stack.
Yeah, well, what I did, I would have grabbed heaps of them and then rolled them up, so into like tubes, and then put them like in my backpack, in my pockets, in everywhere. So I've just got like hundreds and hundreds of pamphlets now in rolls, just as many as I could carry.
I think I remember where this was going to go. Yep.
And and the thing just keeps replenishing, right?
Yeah. This is an endless pouch of flyers. If one would ever need that. Well, you know that it keeps replenishing every time you take one. But yeah, it seems like there's no limit to it.
Eventually it'll run out, I'm sure. of it.
No.
Who's printing these?
Well, cool. Well,
guys, over here.
Hey.
I think I found our friend. They're gonna guide us across that. Yeah, down there. That's Terran.
Hey, how you doing?
oh, you're pointing out Terran, or are you going to Terran?
No, pointing them out, and then if everyone comes together, then
Right.
take them
All
down.
right, yeah.
Yeah, how you doing? My name is Terran. Terran, Lucky Luck Bastard Frayne. How you doing, everyone? Eh?
Good. My name's. Are we using real names?
What are you talking about? This was my real name.
No, sorry.
Well, yeah. We're definitely using, the real names that we, the names we signed with. Those are the names we have.
Yes, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I'm Jean
Right.
Orsware.
Guys, I don't care who the fuck you are. I literally worked for the Thieves Guild before this bullshit. Don't worry about it. I'm obviously here because I couldn't get a job anywhere else, so whatever.
The thieves.
Such a strange conversation starter.
Sorry. My name's X.
There you go. Yeah, X. I'll call you X. And
You
what was
can't give it to you.
what was your name again? Sorry, big fella with one arm.
Jean Orsware.
Sean Ordensware. Yeah. And what's your two names or aliases or whatever you want to be called during the flight?
I've got the signing names if you want them.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Mine was like
Sarah-
a full different name.
Yeah, Sarah Gunner.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And I hope I wrote it down right. IIDI or IID?
Oh, it'd be yeah.
Oh, you signed yours. Yeah.
VK. It'd be VK Incorporated. VKI.
Oh, yeah.
VKI. Okay, yeah. That was what I was meant to clarify, and then I forgot to after the session.
Fair. Yeah, sure, no worries. Just call me Terran, I guess. That's my real name too.
Right, yes, I think we already established that we're using real names. I don't understand why we're... Anyway, if you could show us to our quarters, that would be greatly appreciated, so we can start unpacking and settling in.
Sure, lady. Come on. And he takes you down the stairs, and you can go down to them. There's like 3 levels to the ship as far as you can gather from the stairs, at least, and you can see down the bottom. First level, underneath, is where all the people live. There is a section to the far back. How should I say? So if you go down the stairs where the steering wheel is, and then the rest of the ship is this way, then that's where all the ordinary passengers go. That's where they live. That's a little hallway, and then there's rooms on both sides. Yours is right when you go down the stairs, right towards the back end of the ship. There you have there's 6 cabinets that way through. One of them's Terran's, and he leaves you to the other 2. And one of them is Captain Speedy's. You're not quite sure where the first mate sleeps, but he would probably have a cabin somewhere too. So he leads you to these rooms, and there's not really very big rooms. Single bed, cleanish sheets, a little porthole so you can look out and enjoy the view towards the back. Then There's a little desk in there, chair, general amenities. There is like a little facet, a little basin to like clean yourself with, but it's not like you have a bathroom to yourself in that sense. There's no visible baths on this ship, as far as you can see, at least at this point. Not in the rooms, at least. There's a lot of paintings. Most of this reflects the sea, like ships on the sea, and like land masses with like oceans in the back and stuff like that. Looks like they're trying to catch a serenity kind of vibe, but not necessarily getting it completely.
Celeste is going to go through her room and clean, the cleanish sheets and make sure everything is
Right.
ship shape.
Ship.
Takes her 5 minutes.
To clarify as well, are we in a group room or do we each have our own rooms?
You have one each, unless you want to sleep in the same room together, obviously. But the beds in there are just single beds.
Sean's doing that whole like very touristy thing where he's like dropping down his bags and that, looking around. He's like, "This is nice. This is real nice.
It's roomy,
wow.
like the size of like a walk-in closet. It's like, wow, so much room in here.
Sitting on the
Well,
bed,
it's-
Space for my bag and everything.
While he's looking, all the rats run out. Right. Well, it looks okay. It doesn't look fancy, but you're also not guests. You're working.
Yeah.
And Mana, she got her own room because she paid, correct?
Yeah, she paid for it. She didn't have to work, but you guys were hired as security, and then he gave you a discount.
I'm gonna go back out and find Tyrion.
Yeah, no, he's still with you. He's showing you the things.
Yeah. Okay. What about? Is there other security guards? Is there?
Well, there's me, and then there's a lot of you. That should be enough, shouldn't it?
Sure. What are we expecting? What are we securing from? Like?
Oh, you never know. Like air pirates. Could be a lightning strike. It could be demons, imps. I don't know.
How many times?
Maybe
have
a
you
dragon
been
attack.
by?
I don't know.
Oh my gosh!
I'm kidding.
How many times have air pirates come by?
I don't
What
know.
are we
It's a
supposed to do in the
possibility.
event of a lightning strike? How will security help with that?
We're just trying to get people away from all the metal conducting situation, you know.
Oh, right.
We're security from the people working here, not just for the ship, you know. It's like, don't step on the railing, don't throw out over there. There's no safety net. Oh, he died. Oh,
Oh,
you know,
you get
that
to be
kind of
those
stuff.
people.
Yeah.
No smoking on deck or in your rooms.
Actually, that
Yeah,
part's
that
okay.
play
You
of
can
ice.
smoke in your thing if you want.
Oh. This must be the 90s.
Yeah,
To
just-
clarify, it's sort of us, you. Who's that other guy you pointed to before? Balin? Did you say the
he's
name was?
the first mate. Yeah, he's Balin. Yeah.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, he's a pretty cool guy. Yeah. And then there's Speedy. Whenever he's done introducing everything and whatever.
So Speedy's like what? Just like the manager? of
Oh, he's the
everything?
captain.
Oh,
Yeah, Speedy's the captain.
good to know.
On that, we
So
have.
do we have
What's that?
sorry, do we have a schedule or shift rotations or anything like that? Or is it just kind of gung-ho?
Well, you can work in the rotations that you feel like. I have a feeling that the three of you probably want to like work together and stuff. So, guessing I'm just teaming up with Balin, and then we can cover each half each. So, I'd say if I take one day, then you take the night, and then if I take another night, then you take the day. Good. It's gonna take about 7 days to get there, roughly, depending on wind condition. So. We can swap around. We don't always have to be up, all of us.
Right.
And is there like extra weapons on board? Like, is there like things that shoot from the front and things like that?
Not so much like that, no. We do have two cannons in the back, but they're mostly for disorientating and slowing down any kind of critters or creep that should try to get after us. Like, we're not really a fighting ship.
Yeah.
So that's obviously a thing. But
Okay, so can I go have a look around? Is that alright? Seeing as I'm the security?
yeah,
Is
that's
it like
that's
a key?
fine.
Is it? Do I get like keys on my belt that I can open doors or things?
Yeah. They're in your rooms.
Oh, cool.
There's like a little pile of keys for all the rooms for each of you. We do have another woman who's working in the kitchen with you, Mr. Sean, chef. She's just a general help. She's not like your manager or anything like that. So you're pretty much in charge. Her name's Olga. She's
All right.
she's alright. She's a bit grumpy sometimes, but like she gets the job done. And we have the waitress as well. We have Minerva Sands, who's our waitress. Who, like, if anyone has something that they want to eat, then she comes down and grabs it, and yada yada yada. You know the whole hospitality bullshit.
Yep. Definitely. Absolutely do.
If any of you want anything during your shift, you can also just tell her, and she'll go get it. Right?
All
It's
right.
very nice of her.
Yeah, that's pretty much her job. So yeah, it's like a nice little house elf.
Just to get an idea as well, how many people will we be catering to?
Like in general catering.
Well, like I'm going to
food?
be sorting food out. These guys are going to be looking out for people. How many guests we talk in general aboard this ship?
Do you want me to count the staff as well? I guess we also need to eat.
Well, sure. All right.
Right. Let me have a look. See. So there's the 4 of you, and there's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 individuals,
17.
plus minus a goat.
Fair. It's got to be fair to get that milk going. All right. Cool. Good to know. Good to know.
Goats have milk? Oh. Anyway.
Are there any rules that we should be aware of aboard the ship?
Just general codes of conduct, like don't put anyone in danger, don't start any fights. If there's any disputes, you guys try to talk them down. If there's any issues, if that doesn't work, then the captain has the final say, and whatever happens, it's just generally crowd control and making sure if anyone's yeah, we do have a place where you can put stuff in, and downstairs in the holding cells below the deck, below the storage compartment, where we went before, it's the deck below that as well. So yeah, you can do that there. I haven't ever seen it getting used, but who knows? These days, everything happens, right?
Right.
But
Well, that's all I need to know.
Go around, familiarize you with the ship, and just get to know people. Maybe get to know your general area. Just make sure people don't put themselves in danger. That's really most of the job here. Pretty much.
Right. Well, thank you very much for the introduction and the induction.
Yeah, no worries.
We'll be sure to come and coordinate with you should we need anything.
Sure thing. Just let me know.
Mr. Ink. Yes. Yeah. Do you want to explore the ship?
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Yeah. Let's go. Make sure everyone knows that we're here to keep them safe and that they can see us. Is there like in the room? Is there also like an instruction manual of like all the things that we're supposed to know that we don't know?
Labeled at least.
They're not labeled. They just have a number on them.
Okay, cool.
So other than that, it doesn't say what it is. It's just numbers. Like your cabins doesn't even have a number on the door, so you kind of have to guess.
Yes.
But,
so it's like it's the vagueness of the whole thing is like an actual role played vagueness, as opposed to we're asking you questions that the DM hasn't got answers to.
No, it's just fairly
Like
vague
actual-
what he actually
yes,
gives you of
he's
instructions.
just real-
It's not like...
Yeah.
No.
Ingwe, do you think while you're doing a walk around, that you could maybe make sure that people look like themselves.
Yeah, good idea.
That'd be something to just keep an eye out for, just to make sure. You know, we can flag anyone that might be.
It was a tiefling that came on board before. It looked strange.
Yes, I saw them.
His eyes seem to be like shifting weirdly.
Oh, wait! Before we do that, speaking of people that are looking different than, this is what I can come up with, and I'll turn into the purple, beady-eyed shadow creature.
Right. So you see this dark cloak, gray, black almost, and then these beady, glowing in the dark eyes, and then these 4 arms with like 3 fingers, and this pincer almost like a scorpion from the back coming up. And you can see from the torso down, he's wearing clothes as well, so it's not like it's a creature, but it looks more like a person, like boots, pants, that kind of stuff.
Is this the guy you saw? This is the guy I saw last night. Kind of. Is it similar?
Are you sure this wasn't a creature in that game you were playing?
Yeah, definitely not.
All right.
Yeah.
This looks a bit strange to me, is all.
No sense of recognition at all as to what this.
None of you have seen creature like this before. There's plenty of creatures that has pincers, not pincers, but stingers, but it's not something that resembles this. Like normally it's like a manticore or a scorpion or something, and this seems more like a humanoid with added features.
Right. I'll certainly keep an eye out for it. But hopefully we're done with whatever this creature is.
Actually, before we go out, Miss Celeste, but actually, while Drekka and I are checking out the corridors, do you want to see what that thing is? Take a closer look.
Right. Yes. It'll only take me a couple of minutes.
Yeah, and then because then we might have to, if we know, we might have to like throw it overboard or not take it, or take it and tie it to a bird's foot or something. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Well, it should only take me about 10 minutes, so I'll just sit in my room here and just look over it quickly while you go and investigate up to the ship as you can. Cast your eye over the guests.
I'll hang by your door. If you need anything, you just yell out.
Come in if you'd like, Sean.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Doesn't have to be a private ritual.
Oh, whoa, look at your room. Yeah, that's real good.
She clean hers.
Flying craftsmanship there.
One of the pictures fall off the wall.
Celeste was very thorough in the prestidigitation of her room.
Right. Yeah, it seems very similar, almost like the clone of each other, these rooms.
Yeah. Sean's like, are there anywhere to sit besides like the bed?
Yeah, there's a chair there. There's like a little desk and stuff like that.
Okay. Sean like goes towards just like feels the softness of the bed. He like took a bear. It's just like, oh, okay.
Tempur-pedic.
Yeah.
Definitely softer on one side than the other.
So Celeste will. How big is like the space on the floor? Is there enough room for her to sit down, like kneel on the floor and do?
Oh yeah,
ritual?
absolutely. Your rooms are fairly big actually. It's more like 4 meters by maybe 5-6 meters ish. There's some room in there. It's not a large room. Not necessarily. Like if you think about having a bed in there and stuff like that, it takes a lot of the space out of it. But there's room enough definitely to sit down. It's just like
a room I'm in now.
yeah. That's like for a ship. That's like a big ass room. So she'll sit down and just like kneel in the center of the floor, and then take out like a dagger and then just like carve it into the floor, carve her runes, sit down, put her palms down, and then they start glowing, and then she will ritual cast identify with that pincer thing in the
Right.
middle.
Right.
Eyes glowing white as she looks at the magic.
So you get that it is a divination spell that definitely has part of this. It is a Fey Ward tracking shard. It can track anyone, or it can track not anyone. It can track. So this is a thing that's part of two parts. The other part of this can track the shard anywhere, any plane, anywhere. And that's what it does.
And how does it work? I guess in a loose sense.
So the other part of this is a bigger part of the shard, and whoever holds the bigger part of the shard can scry on the object anywhere.
Oh, okay. So when you, yeah, okay, cool.
That's the divination part.
Right, so they're not it's not necessarily tracking a creature; it's tracking the shard itself, and they can.
It's
scry on
tracking the shard
bits.
as well. Yeah. So it's like a tracking device.
Interesting. Okay, cool.
So in that 10 minutes, I think, like, Mr. Stricker, I think before we talk to anyone, we should make sure that we at least know the way around the ship and what these keys do, and try and know. So if someone says, where's my room, then we don't look stupid by not knowing the answers.
Yes.
To that.
Look, Ingrid, also, while we're doing that, I have a question for you, actually. What was it like leaving your home?
Really, really exciting. We spend a long time making sure that we're ready. Yeah, I mean, it took, I started the process maybe 70 moons ago, and we learned stories and skills and about all the different animals and people that we'd meet, and then we did a big ceremony, and we left, and it was pretty, I think exciting.
Oh.
And some of my other friends left at the same time. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. You had a lot of preparation time, I suppose.
Oh, is this the first time? Do your people leave home often?
I have never left my homeland.
Wow.
This is probably the furthest I've ever traveled personally.
Well, what's your mission in the world? What? Oh, that's right. You. Oh.
I went from learning to be a cleric to helping my tribe to then almost being forced out of my land to then not be forced out of my land to now voluntarily go out of my land. It's all sort of confusing couple of weeks.
Well, if I go home, I can't ever come back again. Out here. So I suppose you're pretty. I know that sounds tough, but like, we can go, and then you can go home and tell people about it, and then we can go. You can go to all the places that you do like going, and you can go there and come back and go there again. So we can always find our way home.
Yes.
And one of the reasons why our tribe gets us to leave is by seeing the things in the world, the good things and the bad things, and the holy things and the evil things. We then can actually appreciate our own homes more. And the things, maybe, like some of the things you don't like about your home, once you see what the rest of the world's like, you might, you might understand your dad, who I think doesn't seem like you get along with very well.
That's a thing that's going to be solved by traveling, but no, who knows, I guess.
Yeah, but maybe you get a bit more perspective into why he is the way that he is.
Perhaps. Anyway, what's this room?
You go through all the different rooms and you find all the different nooks and crannies, and you can see that there's one place right next to where the kitchen is. There's like a little alcove that's kind of hidden almost, and it seems like that's where people go to smoke. It seems like that's where everyone leaves their leftover like cigar and tobacco behind and stuff like that. But it's a place where you can sit down and have a chat. It's very lunchroomy kind of vibe. The kitchen itself is quite large actually. On the bottom floor, the first half of it is actually just a kitchen and a storeroom with like different kind of I wouldn't call it wine, but different kinds of liquor and different kinds of alcohol that could have be served during this journey. Lots of barrels of rum. Why you would have that on an airship? That's an interesting question, maybe. However, it is a ship. There's a lot of these big rooms. There isn't any rooms where you're like, oh, this is really weird, or this is closed and this is locked, I can't go in there. You can go through all the different things, all the different parts. So the kitchen is one half of it. The other half of that is where they have the jail cells in case of necessity. And one of the rooms seems to be a storage room where if anyone has really important or valuable possessions, they can put it there, and then that can be open. You can open the door to that room, but all of the cases, all the metal boxes in there, they're all locked, and you don't have access to those. That's only the captain. But anyone who wants to can put stuff in there if they just talk to the captain.
Can I tell if any of those boxes have been used recently?
So you can try to rattle some of them if you want to.
I've also got detect magic up.
Right. There's a faint magic coming from one of the boxes. That's pretty much what you can see. The other ones doesn't have any aura. Did you want to start shaking some of them around to see anything, Dragon?
No, that would be rude.
That wasn't the question.
No, we're employees, so we've got to be trustworthy.
Yes, I'm just wondering if anyone's actually stored anything in here yet. Is there
Yeah,
any,
this.
do we protect
Well,
this room?
that one has like a powerful magical item, and that one. So I'm assuming. Do you want to store anything in the box?
Me? Oh, no, I'm good. I think I'm good. Do you want to store?
No. But I think this is this. If someone else wants to store something, now we know where to send them.
Yes, and also now, like you said, that there's a magical item in here. Now we know that there's been stuff stored in here already, so we should definitely be protecting this room.
Yes.
As well. Yes.
Okay. I think we've got all the information. Should we pop back and see Celeste before we go out and introduce ourselves to people?
Yes. I feel like we should do that. Yes.
So one last thing that you do notice as you are walking around this whole ship and stuff is those two cannons up top. They are fairly big, and there is a crate in front of it that has materials for reloading in case of necessity. It looks a little bit more like fireworks than it looks like artillery. But like I said, it was mostly for distraction as well. But it's definitely there. It's not locked for safety reasons. That would be stupid. I guess. Yeah, death. But that is also one of the things you see.
Oh, that's so cool. Cool.
Hold to our own party when we leave.
While Celeste was doing her ritual, I feel like Jean at first would have been sitting there with his like knees together, sitting upright, like looking around awkwardly, just like don't intrude, don't interrupt or anything. But after a while, I think he would have started looking. Is he able to try study the tattoo on his arm with the new changes and that? He's going to try and look for if there's any semblance of any like paths that are starting to form where they're like connecting and things where it looks like, because like he knows now that this is supposed to form a map of sorts with the others. So he's just trying to see if there's any semblance of the beginnings of like a route or a path that can be mapped out on it.
Right. Make a investigation check, I'd say.
Yeah. Investigation. -1. Woo! Woo. 14.
You can definitely see that there's some of these paths that seems to be more open, where some of them definitely ends up in a either like a bottleneck situation or a cross section, or some of them are just dead ends.
Yeah.
Most of the ones that are having multiple of these lines like converging, there's a little square with a symbol. And some of these symbols are different depending on whose arm you look at. One of yours has a skull, and
Okay.
one of them has like a little symbol of fire. There's little rooms that has some kind of hint as to what potentially could be in there. It could be that this is dangerous. It could also be of something else of importance. There's little dots here and there that has also started to come out. They are very faint, and at first glance, you would probably have thought that it was like a freckle or something. But as you look at it, you can see little dots here and there, and little X's here and there. So there's a lot of markings in this map, and you can see that wherever the lines end on your arm, that's probably where someone else's lines up to it.
Yeah.
But a distinct pattern itself is hard to tell when you only had like 1/4 of the map.
Yeah.
But you can see that there's definitely some of these paths that definitely leads to nothing.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's a big maze. If you went in there without this map, you would probably get fucked.
Yeah.
But time will tell.
No. Kronos just going to take note of that and sit, wait patiently, and yeah.
I think we've got it, Mr. Jacket. Should we?
Yes.
Oh, John. Oh, John's not in his room. Oh, it must be in Celeste's room.
Actually, Ingwe, do you still have a couple pamphlets? Maybe we can just chuck them in the kitchen or something.
Well, we could put them, around the rooms as we go.
Yeah, slide them
a
on
good
the
idea.
doors.
Yeah. Well, we can go in the doors and put them on their nightstands.
Yes,
like a little,
because we have the keys.
little book.
Yep.
And I'll leave them a little present.
Yep.
Little
yep,
origami swans on the pillows and stuff.
But we'll do that later.
Yes,
Job first.
Job. Yep.
Yeah.
Even though this is a job, they're both jobs, I guess.
So, I'll map out the room for you, Mr. Oh, hey, Celeste. And then I'll proceed to describe which key does what. Oh, can we figure it out? Is it that disorganized that once you start comparing numbers to numbers and trying to work it out?
There's a system to it. All of yours is first, and then all the second part is all the people who are guests, and then the next part is all the common room area. Then next part. So as long as you go through them one by one, it kind of makes sense. There's nothing out of place in that sense.
See, there's nothing out of place in that sense. So that's how it works. What did you find out about that thing, Miss Celeste?
It's a tracking shard. It's the smaller part of a larger whole.
Yeah, I thought so. Oh, that's why I'm worried about you having it, because he wanted to find you, and now he knows where you are because you're holding the shard.
Right. No, she put it back in the box.
Oh, in the box.
As soon as she finished with it, she put it back in the lead box.
Cool. But so you said that can go. Oh man. Would the lead blocks even work?
Well, yes, because you cannot scry through lead, and this particular shard relies on scrying. And so when you're carrying the shard, you're not being scryed on, the shard is being scryed on. So there's no such thing. When you're trying to scry on something, it's similar to when you try to read minds, when you try to push further, the person has the chance to resist, whereas this shard will not resist, meaning that you can always see around the shard itself. So if you're in the vicinity of where the shard is, you would be being scryed upon without your knowledge.
Can we mail it somewhere?
Well, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. Was there any geese on board?
We got chickens, quails, and a goat.
Quails.
Can I have my quail for dinner, not dead?
I got you. I got you covered.
Ozzy Osbourne.
Well, so how much? What do you know about this man, Celeste, that wants to know who you are?
I know nothing about this man. Never heard of a creature, seen a creature. Nothing. When you showed his physique to us, I have no recollection at all.
Do we want him to find us so we can
I would
figure
prefer
out?
not.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we should avoid it.
If his way of greeting is "Hello, let me stab you and shove you in a tracking shard so I know your exact location at all times," he doesn't sound very friendly.
Precisely.
Well, okay. So should we send the shard? Should we? How often do you reckon he's looking? Do you reckon he's looking all the time?
Well, it doesn't matter if he's looking now. He wouldn't be able to see anything.
Oh, because it's in the box.
Precisely.
This may sound like an odd question, but do you think it would be breaking the contract if we were to send that shot in with old mate Vortex? Or would that be
Putting him
like
in
intentionally?
danger.
Yeah, that's what I
feel
thought
as though
maybe.
it would be. I mean,
Yeah.
this man has attacked Ingwe to find out my whereabouts for some unknown reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the only way to get to Vartex is through us anyway.
That's true.
So, I created the dimension that Vartex is in. So I think it's in my head. No, because it would still exist if I died.
So it's like
So it's in the amulet.
But the dimension, you reckon the dimension's in the amulet?
Yes.
So then if he
Similar
found
to where
it, he
the
would just...
dimensions are in the pocket of our tent.
you reckon
Yeah.
it'd track the amulet then.
I don't know, you looked at it, Miss Celeste.
No, it
From
would
what
be
I-
able to find where Vartex was.
But would it be able to get there without opening the door?
The shard? Yes. Creature? I don't know.
Should we ask Vartex?
I think we just dispose of it.
Just
Okay.
chuck it off. Just chuck it off the ship.
No. I've got a good plan. I will. I'm gonna have one of those quails. I'll go. I saw that. I met them earlier.
I'll sort one out for you.
Right. Well, Jean, would you like me to come with you down to the kitchens and get yourself situated down there? Or...
That should be all right. You guys go ahead, do you think? Apparently they got some folks down there. I'm going to go to my room quick and check if I got any keys as well, or if this was just for you guys as security. Yeah, then I might go start prepping, I guess. I don't know if they want breakfast served or if they expected people to eat before, but otherwise I might go organize things.
You do have keys.
Keys.
Technically, you're counting as security when being a chef.
Yeah.
No one gets put this kitchen without coming through me.
Well, you're an employee, so you also like your job to keep.
They call me Chef Curity.
Sean Segal. I am just a chef. Right. Well, after a little bit, the ship starts moving slightly, and you can feel like this movement of boarding. You can kind of say. You can kind of say that it feels a little bit like you're in the ocean now to begin with, as it's like finding.
Oh no! I've got. Before we go, I've got to get rid of the thing. And I'll go and get the quail. And
yeah, Sean was on his way there, so he'll help you out with that.
I'm going to get the quail. They're living quails, right?
Yeah.
So they can fly.
Yeah.
So the spell Animal Messenger gets the animal to go and deliver a message. But if I attach something, if I put the shard on the quail, that's not going to destroy the spell, is it? Like, obviously, like the spell doesn't let me take trinkets to give to someone.
Well, if
I
you
don't.
push the shard into the skin of the animal before sending it off, I guess that would work.
Go.
Or like tying it to its
How
leg.
big is the shard?
It's like a piece of glass, almost like this size.
Because the message for Animal Messenger could be, hey, take this thing that I've attached to this bird. Like, that could be the
Well,
message.
I was gonna say, I've come home. Can you put me back in my cage? But, yeah, I don't think we should tell the person that it's a thing. But also, I recognize from a DM perspective that it makes the spell much more powerful than it. If I can give a thing to someone.
Well, I mean, you can push this into the skin of it, so that's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
But like, if you were to like say, "Oh, I want to give it like a letter," that wouldn't really work because
cool.
it would just like stop
No,
breathing at some point and drop it and not understand to pick it back up.
Yeah.
If this shard is dangerous, Ingwe, I feel like we should send it to someone who probably take care of them. Yes?
I don't think the shard is dangerous. I think the person wants to find Celeste, and so stab me with it so that they could find Celeste, and they'll go and find the shard and be like, "It's just a chicken shop."
Yeah, but what if they then take their revenge on the chicken owner?
Quail.
Whale owner.
John was gonna cook the quail anyway, so I mean it's pretty good odds anyway. Like, does he have to murder them?
My point is, can we send it to my dad?
I can't because well, where's your dad?
South.
I have to have been there to I can't get the animal to go somewhere I haven't been.
You know where you met me?
Yeah.
What if we send the quail there?
To the
The council.
To the council building.
Yeah. Because like my dad was there last we saw. He's probably not there anymore. I mean, there's lots of important people there.
Yes. Okay.
The message could be, take me to Drakik's father. I need to see him. Because Quail needs to be delivered to Drakik's father.
This is the message. Wait, first, I'm going to take the quail. I'm going to stab the thing into it.
If you don't want to do it, Ingwe, I'll do it.
And feed it a berry. So even if it took damage, it's going to be healed and very full. And then I'm going to say, this quail is a message from the gods for Drakik's father. Oh, what's your father's name?
Yes. Hang on.
Yes.
My father's name is Dardak.
Dardak. But be quick, because the quail is going to try and come back to me. So catch it now.
And kill it.
Shud like turns around. He's like, I found this stuff. It could work as paint. We could paint a symbol of the. Oh.
Right.
Well, it's open.
So you're sending it off
to the head to the council building, and see if you can find someone that looks like a white dragonborn with
one arm.
No, I'll describe Drakik.
You've seen Drakik's dad.
You've seen him.
You've seen him.
Yeah, he was there at the event where you put in jail, where you got put in jail. He was on stage next to Drakik.
Yes, I understand what you're saying to me.
Right. I have noted it down, and you send it off.
So the other thing that will that is a potential for it to happen is by the spell, it delivers the message and then tries to get back.
Cool. Well, as you send
That
it
happens We definitely are dropping it over the ocean. If it comes back to us, I swear to God.
After that happens, you can see that the ship is now starting to move a bit more, and you have pretty much takeoff. And as the ship starts moving, you can hear the captain is now giving a little speech before it gets into the thick of the journey. So you can hear Speedy's voice, and you can hear what he says, even though you might not necessarily be on the deck at the moment. You can hear him say, "This is Omar Grindlepass Oli Og Gnitana. You can call me Speedy. I am the captain of the Dashing Lady, and I hope that you're going to have a pleasant journey. If you have any issues, please bring it up with our security. They are here, and he'll point out the individuals, especially Terran. If you have any issues that cannot be solved by these individuals, you can also talk to Balin, our first mate. And if you have any inquiries about food or anything that you would like to drink, you can have a conversation with Minerva down here, or even Olga, even though Olga doesn't like to talk to people. Minerva here is probably the better choice. Anyway, thank you very much for flying with the... what did I call it? The Travello Sky Ships. My name is Speedy. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Let's go. You can feel this entire ship getting pushed forward by this propeller of energy coming out from the top.
Celeste is going to run to the front of the, like, Titanic style.
Right.
Like, no, she's just going to stand there onto the ship, like, hanging on to, like, the side.
Cool. It's a quite interesting view, because to begin with, it's not high enough to go over the walls. So it just kind of hovers a little bit, and then it goes upwards and upwards and upwards, and you can see it goes through between all those walk paths where everyone is, and you can pretty closely see these individuals walking back and forth as guards, and they have like these... It's almost like a enlarged versions of bows. They have like very, very thick arrows, and it seems like they're probably for shooting up or mostly shooting down, and that would probably hurt a lot if you get hit by like an oversized arrow. But it's just general guards, orcs, halflings, different type of races, and it kind of slowly lifts up over the spires, and you can see over the wall, and now you have a grand view of the entire area, both left and right and everywhere. Nothing obstructing your view, and it keeps floating upwards and upwards till it starts hitting where the clouds is, and then you hear as the heavy metal music starts springing out from the back of the ship. And for a little while at least, you have to get used to it, but after a few minutes, you kind of forget it's there. But
is it a live metal band?
So you don't see a live metal band, but there is an individual on there that did carry a guitar-like case.
Sean does the opposite of Celeste, and as soon as it kicks off, is basically moving towards the center, as far away from the edges as possible, and realizes, right, this is the kind of ship.
You're burying yourself in the kitchen.
Yeah, basically.
Right wrong. Cool.
Ingwe is going to burn another detect magic, and he's going to try and do what Celeste asked him to do, which is find anyone that is not who they seem to be. And he's going to do this by walking around and introducing himself as the security, and any questions that you would like, you can come and see me or the captain or the first mate.
Let's get back to that in 2 seconds. You do not seem to have anyone that like picks up your vibe as you're going around, that they don't look like what they are. But you do have a few conversations with individuals. But before we get started to that, I think we need to have a break. So we have hit 9 o'clock already. Ooh. So maybe let's go on a break, and then we can continue with some of the conversation that you're going to have, because there's going to be a few individuals for you to talk to. Anyway,
Yeah.
let's go to break, and I will see everyone in a few minutes.
See you soon.
Are you looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice, the company of experts in specialty dice made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find something which fits your next character. Level Up is an Australian-owned company and also run the Level Up TTV Twitch channel focusing on broadcasting tabletop role-playing games. Follow a link below when purchasing from Level Up Dice. It will greatly help support our channel and also help an Australian local retailer. Level Up Dice, the sophisticated choice. Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. In the beginning there was nothing. From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. The somethings, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first earth was not perfect. In fact, it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the earth, and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. Each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants, and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than another, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a peace of sorts came to be. And such the second era came to be, with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their gods after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan. The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quill and where the borders of Okoralan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknown member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the rages all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start, the tension already started building again. Wherever fragile peace was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was surely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The kingdom of Quill lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Shadanon, where Northling constantly test the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Zahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are descended from a real dragon. The empire has been locked in a cold war with the kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering the nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Durden and Macy, raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Durlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Corthan grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Corthan for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
There we go. And we are back once again. I think the camera has caught up. Everyone's looking pretty. I'm not quite sure if I can say that. Pretty is now a word. There we go.
Ain't so pretty.
And as we left off, Ingve was about to do the rounds and have some interesting conversation with some individual people. However, was there anyone in particular you were aiming for?
No. Ingwe is aiming to get to everyone.
Right.
Is the goal.
That is fair enough. How about I get you a quick little rundown of the individuals that you run into, and then you can tell me if you want to dive deeper into who they are, or if you just want to move along. So, going from my little list here, we obviously have Speedy the captain, and then we have the first mate, who is called Balin Flett. He is a human, and he looks like he's a little older man. You get a little bit of general information, and he used to work in retail, but he gave up because it sucked. There's Taryn, who is now head of security, and you realize that he used to be part of the Thieves Guild, which is interesting or not, maybe. You have the waitress, who is a half-elf, a very beautiful young lady called Minerva Sands, and can I get you to roll a history check?
Millions. History 21.
Right. So you do know that Sands is a last name that's given to individuals who do not have a last name. So there's a few different versions of these. This is something that you definitely would have heard at home because it was probably like a funny anecdote or something. If you grow up in Sahani and you don't have a last name because you don't have any parents and you don't know what your last name is, you're given the last name Sands. If you grow up in the kingdom without a last name, you're usually given the last name Streets. There's also some that are given the last name Grove. That depends on where in the world you are. There's different variations of these depending on the different areas, but those are the normal ones. So you know that she definitely grew up on the streets with this last name. No one is named Sands as a family name. But she's a very cheerful lady. You also, yeah.
Let me know if anyone gives you trouble, because that's my job. I'm here to help you out.
Oh, thank you so much. She gives you a smirk. There's also Olga Rizzanvat, who is the kitchen assistant, who is a 40-year-old individual who has a lot of wrinkles and doesn't smile at all. She just listens to you while she's grinding up some potato into mash. Just listen to you, doesn't really say shit. At the moment, at least. You also have the deck swap, who's a human named John Gret. And he has a very interesting voice. It's very rough and very rusty, almost like he had some kind of injury when he was younger. Mm-hmm. There is some of the guests as well. There is a young female gnome. You know her as Lorena. The rest of the name you can get if you want to know more. Who's sitting and drinking at the table upstairs. And she seems to be of a richer, noble kind of style. She isn't a noble, but she's definitely from a rich background. And there is another gnome called Lush, who is he's normally well dressed. He looks like a merchant as well. And there is another gnome called Minerva. Sorry, not Minerva. Mariana. Sorry. Who is also a traveler, seems to be a merchant, but not like a rich merchant, just ordinary clothes. There is a human male called Iseto Morena, and he looks like he's a rich human. He definitely looks from a good family, very nice, clean clothes, very like fancy clothes as well. And then we have a human male as well, Otto Geistlich, who is a little bit overweight, but a little bit cheerful and happy and smiling, and he's laughing, and he's very content and listening to everything that you're saying as well. And he seems to just be a general cheerful chap. And you know that from just talking to him generally, that he's a kind of an auctioneer. He goes and buys items for individuals. That's like the basic stuff that you get from that. And then you also eventually meet the guitarist is a gnome named Falan, and he's deaf. And other than that, you also have the Tiefling and the Goliath, as well as you have seen before as well, who's also just hanging out on the deck, pretty much.
So when I speak to Philan and work out that he's deaf, I will speak to him telepathically and say, "Can you talk, even if you can't listen?"
Yeah, I can talk. Wow. I just lost my hearing because too much loud music.
You lost your hearing from your music. Wow.
I don't know. I can't really hear. It's like I have all the voices. Right.
Wow. Cool. Bye.
I think he left. I think he said goodbye.
And then I will speak to the tiefling. Oh yeah. Oh wow! I've never met. I've I've never met a demon before.
Oh, easy there. I'm not a demon. I am a tiefling. That's a very big difference. We just have horns. That's the only real assembly. I mean, there's some historical stuff, but obviously, I am just a tiefling, not a demon.
Sorry. I've been doing that a lot recently. Thank you for being patient with me.
Of course.
Well, if there's anything we can do to help you, we're here to keep everything safe and in order. So you can see the captain, or if it's just a low level request, I'm at your service.
Well, happy to hear. Just let me know if there's anything that you need from me. I am more than happy to help however I can.
Oh, are you a worker too?
Oh, what? Sorry?
Are you a worker too?
No. But I am here in case anyone should need me to help with anything, of course. I'm just so happy to be on this boat. This is the first time I've been out from the academy in a while, and I feel like this is going to be joyful.
What kind of help could you offer? Do you read fortunes or something?
No. I'm not like that. It's more like if anyone should need me, I am definitely here. Always up for a chat or
me too.
Yeah,
What's the academy? Is that like where the wizards go?
Yeah, the Stoneward Academy in Kingshelm. That's where I spend most of my days. I'm having a little bit of a vacation. Just wanted to go and visit something different, and I thought the skyship was an interesting place to go.
It is very interesting, isn't it?
Indeed.
Oh well. You have a lovely travel.
Thank you so much.
We'll get to know each other and have some good chats over the next couple of days.
I'm looking forward to it, my friend.
And to the Goliath, I will introduce myself in Giant.
Okay.
To the Goliath. I don't think we've met a Goliath before, have we? No.
Not really.
That's what I'll say to him. I don't think I've met a Goliath, a giant before.
Oh, I'm not a giant, but I'm definitely bigger than the rest of these individuals. So I appreciate the comment.
Yeah. Oh, actually, you're smaller than the guy from the bar. He was big.
Yeah, he was rather big. If you're talking about Kragas.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed.
Oh, cool. Oh well. And is there anything I can help you on your what are you traveling for?
Oh, I'm just trying to get around easier, and it seems to save a few days off the travel time. I'm a bit of a traveler in general, and every now and then I get into trouble, and I take care of it. You can see that he has a battle axe on his back as well. That has definitely seen a bit of usage.
Wow, that's a cool axe. Just chopped a lot of wood.
Right, wood. All right, yeah, no, not so much wood. I just like to travel.
Yeah, cool. I'm traveling too with after this trip we're gonna keep moving. Yeah. Well, let me know if there's anything anything that we can do to help keep you safe and comfortable.
Sure thing. I'll let you know, but I don't think it would be necessary. I can take care of myself, though. Thank you,
though. Do I get a sense from anyone as I'm going around that people are being dishonest or trying to hide things?
I mean, some of them doesn't give you like their full life story at the first glance, but they're not. No one's there seem to be lying. The most shifty one actually seems to be Terran. You can see from his background, if you can say it like that. Other than that, everyone else seems to be pretty much just saying the truth.
And no magical illusions.
Nope.
I'm gonna go and try and figure out how to make the fire cannons work.
Right, that they do have an instruction manual. Right. What is everyone else doing in the meanwhile?
I would have been just a bit walking around the deck as well. Figuring out, talking to people.
Right. Is anyone specifically that you're after talking to?
Probably the tiefling. That's it.
Anything else that you two want to do?
John would have been down heading to the kitchen to try. Make sure he can find everything. It's all in a place, so when he starts, he knows where everything is and all that jazz.
Right. And Olga's helping you sort out that part. She knows where everything is. What about you, Celeste?
So Celeste would be keenly, like, kind of hanging over the side, not hanging over the side, but like leaning over the side of the ship, just kind of watching and looking for landmarks, I guess. Kind of seeing if she can see what direction we're traveling in, and looking at like where the landmarks are, if we're going to be passing over any settlements or civilizations, kind of where the sea is, where the forests are, where the mountains are. She's just kind of tracking where they're going.
So journey-wise, you can see that you're heading towards the snowy area. You can see very far off in the distance that there is a range of mountains, which you would have, which would have been described to you before as the Eisvallen, which is like a range of different, not rocky mountains, but more like large mounds that turn into like a mountain, I guess, which is also from the area where not only Vicatris is, but also further down that line is where Drekik would have assumed, say that he was from near the Nymph River all the way to the bottom of the region. So it seems like it's navigating towards that mountain region and following that mountain region. Right. Anything in particular you want to talk about, Drekik, with this individual?
Nothing in particular. Just trying to get a read on
Right.
this guy's sort of like a magical being or something.
You can make an insight check.
Yeah. Which dice? This one. Nope. I rolled a 2, so I doubt anybody's going to help me.
Well, it just seems like it just looks different. It looks like a tiefling, but his appearance is different than any you've seen before. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything particular.
Okay.
Right. So, for the first day, I need one of you to roll a d20 for me.
Should we do initiative to see who rolls first?
You can do that if you want.
Yeah, let's do that.
Right.
No modifiers, right? Just straight roll.
Just
12 for me.
14.
6.
9.
Hey.
19.
Yay! Ingwe, go.
right. So, Ingwe, you rolled a 19.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Right,
a good
yeah.
thing, yeah. That means dragon attack won't happen today, yes?
Have a look at my list.
I think a natural 20 is 2 dragons. 19 is just 1.
So, for 19, it seems to be clear weather. Nothing seems to disturb the ship or its travel time. Nothing seems to obstruct the speed of the travel time either. It seems to be a gentle, good breeze, even though you can see in the distance that there is a storm coming your way. But for now, at least, you get good wind, and the journey seems to be not hindered for the day being.
Just before the day ends, can I just...
Oh, it doesn't have to end yet. I'm just saying this is part of
Yeah.
what happens during the day.
Can I just check during this day if my messenger returns?
It does.
Oh, good. Well, great job. Here's a berry. You're so good. Well, can you this time go and find a dragon board with one arm, and
the message you're going to tell them is, okay, this quail is a message from the gods. If you read its sacrifice, it will bring forth a demon to kill.
And where are you sending this to? And who are you sending this to?
Back to the place, the thingy
Kendris?
place, the Kendris.
Right.
Yep.
Looking for
You can only give general descriptions.
Right.
So I've said a pale dragonborn with one arm.
right. But wasn't that
Probably
what you
not
said to begin with, or what did you say something different to begin with? I thought you said that you were going to send it to his dad the first time.
Yeah. Like I figured that it's I don't actually necessarily want it to succeed. My goal is for it to
Go back and forth.
Fly around like a
Sure.
maniac.
but also die there. Like that's fine. Although potentially after the bird goes, I'm gonna be like, oh, hey, Mr. Drekik, the bird came back and I sent it again.
Oh.
But I just had a thought, right? You know how you were like, send it to my dad. He's good with dangerous people.
Yep.
If we send him the bird and then the demon dude shows up and is like, fight. Oh no, it's right. I didn't say it was from me. I'm safe. Don't worry.
Yeah. Don't worry.
It's my
anyway,
voice though. Like
If
it's
demon
like,
dude shows
it's not
up
the
and
bird
says,
talking. It's like just my voice. So it's all right. My voice isn't that distinctive. He wouldn't know.
Fair enough.
Yes. Also, demon dude, like, shows up. My dad can take care of it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I might not like my dad very much, but he can hold himself.
Okay. Yeah, cool. Great. Good deal.
Fair enough. Is there anything else that anyone wants to do during the first day? Or night, evening, for that sake. Some point you're off duty, and Taryn takes over.
Celeste will go down to the kitchen and try to help Sean as he's preparing things. She won't actually help him in terms of like actually do anything.
Just handing
She'll
him things.
No, she will sit there on a barrel and just continuously pass Mage Hand. And like the Mage Hand will cut up onions and put them into a pot or like do something.
Right. Olga's there too, and you can hear that after the initial first maybe hour or so, she starts livening up a little bit. But it's mostly like, I used to work in a soup kitchen, but I got fired. They said I was made redundant, and I feel like that's not fair. I was the only one there who had all my toes, and I feel like this place. I should be running this place by now. And she just keeps going on about it.
Olga, I'll tell you what. It's the. I mean, I'm sorry to hear that, but we got a lot of people to feed. It's all about working hard. I promise to put in a good word for you before I go. But right now it's not. We're not about talking. We're about cooking. Let's go.
Well, I got all this mashed potato done already, so I've been doing that for almost a few hours now. I can't feel my hands anymore. Maybe I'll die happy one day, but this isn't it.
I'm gonna get you to start taking some of those potatoes as well and making out some gnocchi. We're gonna get some gnocchi going, and that's gonna be a little hard with two hands. So you get on that. I'm gonna get over here.
Oh, good.
These ribs.
Oh no! You know what, John? I just realized that wasn't potatoes. That was carrots. Does anyone need mashed carrots? God damn it! These fucking eyes. Starts doing the potatoes instead. But you can see the sweet potatoes, not the real potatoes.
A very deep breath in and exhales before just looking up at Celeste. Rolls his eyes a bit and then tries to get back into it.
And the Mage Hand as well is like at your command almost. It's kind of like where your hand would be. So it's like if you're like cutting something, it's like holding it for you. So
thank you. I imagine there's a lot of him just saying thank you to Celeste, and a lot of him just deep exhales. So
Definitely, from a cooking perspective, she's not really focused. She's more focused on talking and complaining than she is focused on actually doing shit.
Yeah, we've all worked with some of those. All right.
Come
on.
It's me.
Drekic's going to spend this whole time just when on his breaks. He's going to be on the deck looking over the moving horizon, I guess.
Well, during the first day and evening, at least when you get to it, you do see that you're starting to follow the Ice Vallen slowly towards the southern direction, towards the kingdom. Far off in the distance, you can see an entire region the size of Okrolan, which you haven't seen before, which is covered in snow and seems to be Shabnon, somewhere off in the distance. And on the other side of that, you can see these vague outlines of, it looks like an island, but it's not quite a full island. And that is, as you know, the kingdom on the other side of this almost continent that you're about to pass. But luckily, you have a lot of speed.
And
This world is huge.
from, I guess, reference, how many of our days will be over the ocean versus over land?
None.
Oh, none. So we're not actually crossing. Wait, how are we
You'll
not
be-
crossing the ocean?
You're not technically crossing. You are crossing the ocean, but it won't be an entire day or anything like that. The crossing between Shabnon and the kingdom is actually quite small. There is bridges there, so that's how small the water gets to at certain points. But you do not have to cross an ocean to get there, because the way that they're following is literally just following the landmarks on the ground. There is an ocean right to the side of it, but there is no need to go across it for this destination.
Right. I guess after dinner, going up to the deck and kind of, like after dinner, if we're talking like 8-ish, 9 o'clock at night, like what would we be passing over at that point? I know I'm getting like technical.
No, that's fine.
Exact coordinates.
At the end of that, you would just have started going over the first ridges of the Ice Vallen, because you crossed over the forests and the rest of the Ivory Class region. Now you are you're kind of like on the borderline now, where you can see the snow and the icy area to the right, and on the left side you have all the greener areas of the Tameless Green. You can far off in the distance see where White Shard is and where those regions are that you visited right when you landed. See them on the other side of this semi-frozen river, and you can see that where the Icefall, the city who was taken by the orcs, there is still smoke coming up from here and there, and it looks like there's an encampment there now that looks like it's been probably makeshift built or something like that, but it doesn't look like it's of elvish kind, at least. But at the night, when you get over the top of these regions of the mountains, it's very clear, and as you can see the stars very, very clearly. And you can see that the tiefling, for instance, he has a little binocular almost, like you can see and can like look at the stars with it and stuff like that, and he's like very in tune with it. And as the night comes closer, the moon comes out, or the moons, and you can see all of these 4 moons on the sky very clearly, and they're giving a little bit of light where otherwise it would have been very dark. There is a little bit of lanterns and candlelight on the ship, but the moon itself gives you quite a bit of light, actually.
So Celeste will periodically, as they're kind of going over areas, kind of pull out her spyglass, look down at things, just to look at them closer, not looking for anything in particular. She's just like, oh, she sees a cool mountain ridge. She's like, oh, what's that over there? She just kind of looks at it and pulls out her sketchbook and just like sketches the landmarks and things like that as she's. That's probably what she'll spend most of the night doing until like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Right. No problem.
2,
You
3
can
o'clock.
definitely do that.
And if we fly over any like cities or towns or anywhere that's like a actual, inhabited area. Yeah, settlements. She'll drop pamphlets.
Well, you have passed over Blunder Peak already, so you will probably have dropped some there. The journey itself doesn't seem to line up at the moment with any larger settlements, but that was just the first day.
So she takes out like a stack of like 200 and then unfurls it and then just as they're flying over.
They fly off into the distance and lands God knows where.
Somewhere. She's like, I'm doing my part.
Fair enough.
We're going to get tracked by these pamphlets.
Is there anything else anyone wants to do during the first day or night?
Only thing, this is more a me than Jean thing, but announce the menu.
Yeah.
Woo!
What would you like to announce as the menu?
I wrote it down over the last couple of weeks. I'm just like, what's here there? So, if the ingredients are there, and Olga's capable in helping out, and Jean is capable with his newfound circumstance, he's aiming for smoked wild boar ragu, gnocchi with a splash of truffle oil, honey roasted quail with soft boiled quail eggs, and grilled asparagus accompanied by a tiny bowl of sea salt.
Ooh.
Red wine and rabbit stew with carrots, spinach, and pine nuts. Thick cut boar ribs with sea salted crackling, creamy mashed potatoes, and thick creamy gravy. And lastly, the vegetarian option, asparagus and spinach stuffed potatoes with chili, garlic, and mashed peas.
Wow. Very nice.
Why do we always talk about plus food in these?
Always talk about food, yeah.
Rather that than my backstory.
That is brilliant, and that should be written down. And can you send that to me when you have a chance?
It's saved.
It's gonna be the new menu on this.
That's my wedding menu.
During the preparation of this, you also realize that it's probably better if you just get Olga to do the dishes. Because she's literally just fucking everything up.
Yeah.
You just poured red wine into the mashed carrots. So you managed to pull off an amazing meal for everyone.
Hell yeah.
And Olga is none the wiser.
She's like, I helped.
Well done. Well
Your
done.
help.
That's a new job for Sean on this ship.
Woo.
Well,
yeah. That's it.
fair enough.
I'm just thinking about those boar ribs.
Yeah. Who rolled a 12 on your initiative before?
Was that me? Yeah, that was me.
I think it was you, yeah.
So I need you to roll a d20 for the second day then.
5.
Right?
Don't smile like that.
That's working.
The ship loses all power and starts plummeting down towards ground.
The dragon.
Well, it's on the list, but no, it's not today. So on the second day, you notice that the storm is kind of following you a little bit. There isn't much to say about that. It's just coming closer, pretty much. You don't get slowed down, but you don't get sped up either. So for the majority of that day, nothing really interesting seems to transpire. Is there anything that any of you individuals would like to do during the second day?
Just the same stuff that she did the day before, really.
Right.
Look over the horizon for anything interesting.
Right.
About it.
Ingwe would be spending the time like checking in every day with every person to see that they were feeling safe and comfortable, and would probably get longer and longer on that tour from people that would listen to him, and people that actually he's more interested in talking, people that will talk about their life stories, etc.
Right. So make a general persuasion check just so I can see how well it goes.
Oh yeah.
Can't really. There's no really check for that one.
13.
Okay. So get a little bit more information about some of the guests. So you find out that that Karstein, the tiefling, is an historian. and you find out that Speedy used to be the captain of a ship, but he keeps crashing into the rocks. So he got fired, and he used to run the ship, the Shoreline Avenger, until he was replaced by another captain called Borig Gulash, who was also a Goliath. But now he got a job flying planes, or flying airships, which doesn't crash into rocks that often. You find out that Balin, the first mate, is used to work in a candy store. He used to make and sell candy. He gave us his job eventually, but he used to work in a candy store in Kingshelm called Sweet Mother of, and he has a tendency to hand out little sweets. You know that Minerva grew up in El Bashar in Sahani, and she was a homeless person until an individual called Akasha El Ibrahim took her in and sent her off with a better start to her life than what one could assume. It's the Laura is having a heart attack right now because she knows that name. But for now, we don't know anything. Anyway, Olga obviously was sacked because of variable reasons. The deck swab has a funny voice because he used to be a sword swallower in the Enzo's Perplexing Wonders in Kingshelm, which is the local circus. Unfortunately, he had a sneezing accident and lost his job and voice.
Yep, that'll do it.
That was the deck swab, right?
Yeah. And he talks a little bit like this.
Hey, how can I help you?
One of the female
Sounds like a
gnomes-
pigeon we once knew.
Yeah, took inspiration. So Miriana, sorry, I think I skipped one. Lorena, who is the fancy gnome, the one who's like a fancy family. She's from a high station in Three Daughters. She's a bit of a snobbish person, but she definitely comes from a wealthy family. But she's kind still. And the other gnome, Marina, is just a tailor traveling around trying to gather different fabrics, and they seem to get along pretty well, even though they don't know each other. And Lush, as he's called, Lush Ibis Bottlefinger, is also a merchant of sorts. He is a pillow manufacturer, and he also comes from Three Daughters as well, which is where all the gnomes come from. And he just came from Plimpagard in the Ivory Clasp, where he was visiting his friend, Colin Jan Autumn Flecker, who is a carpenter friend. Long list. The male human, who also seems to be a little bit rich and a little bit fancy, Iseto. He seems to have a mine where he used to manage iron ore, but recently come into silver ore. And that's just one of the things that he would definitely have talked about. And Otto Geistlich, who is the cheerful, slightly overweight man, who is specializing in finding artifacts, says during your conversations that he is a person who goes around and bids on artifacts of certain nature for an individual he works for. And he recently went to Vicandris to buy a specific item, but the seller never showed up.
What kind of items do you like? I mean, I haven't been out around for a while, but I've picked up a few things. What kind of things are you after?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just looking after different things for my employer, and this time it was like a dream catcher of some sort or something like that. I'm not quite sure. Something that I was supposed to buy, but guy never showed up.
Oh wow!
It happens sometimes.
The dream catcher that mustn't be that common.
Oh no, it's like a magical item of some sort of nature. I don't get into the specifics, but I do get into purchasing items for individuals and and getting them to my employer.
Oh wow! How much would one of those dream catchers go for?
Oh, that one was worth maybe 5,000 gold.
Interesting.
At least that was the offer. I mean, I'm not quite sure if he would take it yet, but that was the offer.
Oh yeah. Oh cool. Yeah, because I remember last time we were there that like people were having odd dreams and stuff.
Right? I don't know. What do you mean?
Oh, I know about it. I know about dream catchers.
Oh, right.
I've used them before. They're really powerful. You have to be good at magic to use them. Yeah.
Well, if you say so. I don't really know anything about magic myself. I'm just a purveyor of items.
Well, maybe I can sell some of the items that I have.
Maybe are they of magical nature, of a high value?
Is it just magical? What about like obscure religious artifacts?
Oh, not so much that. I mean, if you have something specifically, I'll have a look at it. But most of this is for very specific means.
Oh, okay. I will show him the necklace of Vecna.
Right. So that one's not magical, but it is obscure.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very interesting. This isn't the place really to say for me, but I can give you 50 gold for that.
50 gold? Oh, cool.
Yeah, it looks like it's of a good quality and good lineage, and seems like it's been around for a few years as well. So if you want to, I can give you 50 gold for it.
Do you have like a shop that we can come visit?
No, I'm traveling. I just travel to and from. This conversation we're having right now is rather abstract for me, actually. It doesn't happen that often. Usually I'm just on my own.
But how do you find the items? Like,
I just get sent by my employer to find these items.
But how do you find them? Like, if it's like,
usually someone says this individual has an item of this value. Go and have a talk to them and see if they would accept this bid and stuff like that.
So you don't go into the places to find the items. You don't like go into the forest and be like, I'm gonna find the thing.
No, this is more like a business transaction.
Wow, that's really interesting. Yeah, very interesting.
So, Celeste and Drekik, both of you said you were keeping an eye out, so I need both of you to make a perception check.
Do I get mine with advantage?
Are you using your thingy? Sure.
19 plus 6 is 25.
Right.
Oh, yes. Yeah, 19 plus... What was it? Perception? 23.
Right. So, you both notice something following you. There's something following the ship right now, and it looks like 3 little dots of some sort. And they seem to be growing bigger. And with your eye, even though you didn't roll higher, you notice 3 colorful birds chasing you.
Do I recognize the type of bird?
You do. You have seen them before when you left the cave.
Yeah, they are. Drekik's just gonna turn to anyone that's on the deck and go, I suggest everyone just get downstairs as a precaution. We seem to have some big flying creatures behind us, so as a precaution, could people make their way inside? Please.
Well,
Celeste is going to just message Ingwe. Assuming he is close enough for her to just message.
Yeah.
Just say, Ingwe, there seems to be we're being pursued by 3 birds of some description. You more than anyone, I think, would be able to at least translate or something of the sort.
I'll be right back. Can I have that back? Thanks, Mr. Otto. I'll talk to you more as we travel. I might be able to help you find some things.
Right.
Yeah.
So some individuals go down, and some of them don't really take notice to what you say, even though your security, they seem to be fine. They can't really see any issue at the moment. But these birds are chasing you. There is a few options for you to try to stop it if you want to. Or you can just let them come closer. That's up to you.
We saw them after the
Fight.
Oh, wait. After we saw them after the cave, did we think that they were with the orcs, or were they just there in coincidence?
They were before the cave, weren't they?
No, they were immediately after as we ran out.
Ah, sorry. My apologies. Carry on.
No. How are you here, John? You're in the kitchen.
yeah.
Because like there was like a presence that I thought might be Alexander there, and the birds. But did we know that the birds were with the orcs, or was the birds just there?
No, there was a rumbling deep in the cave, and then all of a sudden, I think it was only the one bird that came out at that time. Can't remember exactly. That time
You
is
saw
blur.
a flock of them.
There was a flock of them.
And wasn't there that, like, remember when we were staying in the bush, there was a bird that came out and was like watching you at nighttime?
It wasn't just me, I was watching everyone.
Yeah, of course. But did we talk to it?
No, I tried, but as soon as I approached it, it took off. I'm just wondering, these birds, do they look like they're just migrating, or do they look like they're actually, on a mission? Like, do they look like they're coming in to attack? You're the expert on all these.
Can I borrow your eyeglass and have a look?
Oh, sure. Don't drop it.
Right. Well, you can make a perception check with advantage because this guy glass.
Not useful advantage at all. 12.
Right. They are getting closer, so it's a little easier to see. You can't make out the specifics of the birds, but they are very bright red and black. And as you watch them, they are like in the formation of like a arrowhead almost. One of them pops out of existence and then appear further ahead. One of them pops out of existence and further ahead. And they keep popping closer and closer now. They keep just jumping, flying, jumping, flying.
I got the blink birds. So let's go to turn to anyone else that's stood on the deck of the ship. And just go, okay, you need to move.
I'm going to cast Speak with Animals, of course.
And
while they're coming.
I'm going to try and intimidate people below deck if they haven't moved yet.
Right.
And I will yell at Olga again.
I'm doing the carrots as you said. Oh, where's the carrots? Make a general intimidation check for the two of you getting people below deck.
I thought it was going to be for me. I was like,
oh, wait. Okay. Roll 1-2. Roll 1-2.
Why not?
7.
Oh my god, natural 20! Celeste is furious!
Oh, she's really angry, that lady.
25 total.
Yikes.
So Jokic's just like, can people please get... And then
to whom this may concern! Right, and what did you get, Sean?
Sean just feels bad. It's a 1.
Oh. You try, but you just can't do it because you're talking. Right. Very well, but most of these individuals go down, and you can see that both the tiefling and the Goliath, they're like very curious, and you can see the Goliath is taking out his axe just in case, and looks very suspicious about what's going on here. But he's slowly moving towards going down.
I like your thinking. Keep at it.
And at this point, the birds arrive.
Can I do one quick thing before they arrive? It's nothing.
Yep, each
crazy.
of you can do one thing if you want. What did you want to do?
How far away is the captain's quarters, like Speedy?
Speedy's quarters is pretty much next to yours. It's maybe, say, like from yours is like 2 doors down. It's not really that far.
Alright, she's just gonna cast message to Speedy and just go. I'm not sure if you're aware, but we got 3 giant, angry-looking birds on our tail.
Well, but he's at the helm, though.
Yeah, so she's casting message to him. That's why I'm asking where
cool.
he is.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, you can definitely do that. And anything that you want to do, Sean? You don't really know what's going on, I guess.
Yeah, I'll just take the truffle oil that's supposed to be used in small splashes and put the olive oil into Olga's hands.
Good to know. That's
Make sure
bonus
she
action. That's
well,
great.
Yeah.
And Dreki, what did you want to do?
Do I have a minute to do a motivational speech?
Yeah, you would have a minute before they are popping up, but you can see that they are you can see them
Okay.
from afar.
Who can hear me within 60 feet?
Theoretically, everyone, I'd say. Even Sean being downstairs, he can hear you mumbling slightly.
I can choose 5 people, so I choose Celeste, Jean, Ingwe, our boss, whatever his name is again.
Terran or the captain?
Taran.
Yep.
I'll choose Taran and the captain. There you go.
Right.
They all
Cool.
get 5 temporary hit points.
Cool. Good to know. Right. And Ingwe, what are you doing as they arrive?
So I still haven't got a sense of the ship yet, but so the captain is at the
At the
back
helm
of
up
the
here?
ship,
So he's at the back of the ship, and then the ship goes the other way, I guess. And then that's
and the birds. So if we were to be looking for the birds, we're next to the captain
yes.
because they're coming behind us.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can do it from the side too, but then you would lose track of them almost
No,
immediately.
I'll be up at the top looking for the birds. I think I'm going to cast Conjure Animals.
Mhm.
And I want to get 2 giant vultures. Can I do giant vultures? Will I see
2 giant vultures. Yeah, I'm gonna use wolves in this case because I don't have any vultures.
Like eagles or something? I just haven't met any eagles.
No, but I'll use 2 wolves.
Any animals that I've met that can fly?
You're looking at 3 giant birds.
They are
Can I?
too big though.
Yeah. I don't think I can. I don't know those birds very well.
They are also not a beast.
Yeah. Oh wait, does that mean I can't speak to them?
It would, yes, but you wouldn't realize that until you try.
Yeah. Cool. Speak with animals, beasts. Yeah, cool. So I'm going to get 1 vulture to perch on the back, and I'm going to mount the other vulture and say hello.
How big are these vultures? Because the vulture itself is not.
Nah, I want to just. I've been doing like the spider thing where I use a giant thing, because it could be owls. Maybe I will have met an owl.
But an owl itself isn't that big.
Yeah, no, but I want to do a giant version of it.
Right.
Because they're fey creatures. So, if they're
You can do a giant
CR1,
owl if you want, but
2 CR1 creatures.
Right.
Is 2 giant owls.
Right. We take 2 giant owls. I have 1 owl. I don't have 2 owls, so I'll make one be a.
One owl and 1 eagle.
I don't have an eagle. So I will have 1 here. Yeah. So you mount an owl, and you summon the other one, and the other one you put where? Sorry.
I just perched on the back of the
Yeah. Okay. Cool. And that is you. And then you attempt to talk to them.
Hello, blinky birds.
And now you notice 2 things. One of them is that their beak is full of teeth, sharp teeth, and they look like they're very determined. They don't look like they are distracted by you. In fact, they are ignoring you.
No, they're going to the ship.
They're going towards a few different things, and I need all of you to roll initiative.
Yay.
Initiative.
Yes.
Initiative is 13 this time.
Unhide that one.
Ah! It's a flying ship.
Boom. And there we go. So there's
By the
a
way-
ship in the air. Oh, I can probably move that down a little bit, actually, the camera.
You guys have advantage on wisdom saving throws, and if you get hit by an attack, you have advantage on the next attack roll.
Oh shit.
Oh, nice.
So I'm just going to remove some of these people because most of them you pushed down. So most of these individuals here are going to be moving downwards
Get
into
civilians
next-
out of
You got clouds in the sky. That's so cool.
It's actually hanging. It's hanging from my ceiling right now.
So cool.
Where is the Goliath? I'm going to use this one for the Goliath right now. So he didn't quite make it that far. And the collector didn't get that far either. This guy didn't move that far either. The first mate's still on the ship. And anyway, I have placed you up here. Can you see that?
Yep. Yep.
So there's a giant owl here, and then there's a wolf behind it, which is another owl. I think that's what you meant.
Yep.
And Celeste, I think you were looking out upstairs too. So you were also up here, I think.
Correct. Should just be, I guess, on the other side of where Ingwe is.
Right. So Sean is downstairs, but I'll put him here in the middle next to Olga, who's also running up to see what this fuss is all about. And Drekik, where were you located? You were roughly in the middle, weren't you?
Yeah, roughly in the middle somewhere, but obviously somewhere I could see the birds.
Right. So you wouldn't be able to see the birds anywhere else than up here.
Oh, okay.
But you would have seen them far away from the side.
Okay, then yeah, I would have been on the side. That makes sense.
So I'll put you on the side here next to all this stuff here. So the birds, the first one lands smack on top of you, Celeste.
Oh, it's just a small bird.
The second one is, how should I really do this? I am going to give up one of these little things here because I don't have a flurry authority. So this bird is flying in the air and is attacking the mast.
Oh.
And the third bird is going after the first individual it sees here, which is going to be this guy, unfortunately for him. So, let me get your initiative score, Sean.
14.
14 is Sean, yep. And Celeste?
10.
10.
Because I always roll shit with initiative.
And Drekik?
13.
13.
Not last this time.
And Ingwe?
0.
0. What?
Beautiful. Beautiful.
I rolled a 1 and I have -1 for initiative.
So that means that you lose a round every time? No. Never mind.
You
Just
don't
kidding.
get a turn.
So I'm just going to circle you guys so I can... Oh, that's not you.
Yeah, Ingwe just gets slow cast on him.
No, I'm trying to make friends with the, like...
Who is the individual that is being attacked on the deck? Like, Ingwe's talked to everyone, so...
That is the individual who was collecting artifacts. His name is... Otto, yeah? Yep.
Yep.
Sweet.
I
That
like
is
the idea of
Otto.
5,000 gold. Can we keep him alive?
So, top of the round is actually Sean. No, wait, not Sean. Carstein. Carstein did not move down yet. And he is now in the middle of the deck and see these 3 large birds. And he's like, oh, all right, this is rather exciting and different, I guess. And he will start muttering a few words. And then he starts casting a spell. And you see these 3 darts of light go towards the one floating in the air, attacking the mast. As he casts Magic Missile.
I knew it.
The thingy. Oh, almost lost my dice there. So I'm just going to write that down. So 6, 8, 10 points of damage to the first one. So that is Carstein's turn. He's going to stay where he is. And you can see that he also is pulling out this scimitar, but he's not quite sure if he wants to pull it out really or if he wants to continue casting spells. But he at least has his hand on it for now. Next up, we actually have Sean with a 14, which is incredibly insane.
I was like, oh man, I rolled low for Sean. And then somehow still at the top. Jean's gonna run up, like, his hand axe in his hand, which I assume he's been using as like a cleaver, and just burst through the door and look around. I'm just gonna like, what the hell's going on up here? Holy shit!
And
Yeah.
Olga followed you as well, by the way. She just has a pen in her hand, and she's like, "What
Oh
the?"
no! Olga, no! Run downstairs, go to safety.
Listen to me once.
So I come out basically underneath that one that's attacking the mast, right?
You can see actually see your mini there. I'm not sure how well you can see it, but right where the bottom is of the one flying, that's right behind there. That's where the door is.
Sean's gonna first and foremost see the horizon and buckle his knees a little as they start to shake. And then he's gonna flip the axe and he's gonna go upwards and attempt to toss it up and hit this thing in the sky.
Right. Go for it. And I'll turn on the last effect I forgot, because there's a little bit of lightning in the background there.
Ooh. Ooh. Stormers are brewing.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
As the wind takes his axe with a natural one.
Oh, which axe was this? Which axe was this?
Lysenrios.
No!
Oh, he's gonna shit Lysenrios.
Yeah, you almost lost that one.
Yeah.
Very well. That was close.
Fucking. He's gonna attempt to throw it at the one on the ground now with his second attack.
Right, so it's still hovering slightly above the ground, but it is definitely there.
All right. God damn, that's a natural 2. Fuck, Lysenrios!
Right?
You're not used to having one arm when you're doing it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of current up here in the wind and such. It's
and he's gonna. I assume it was his movement to get up there.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, I'd say you get up the stairs to get there.
No, that's gonna be his turn. Nice and simple.
Fair enough. Next up, we have Drekik.
Drekik is going to do a move that has never been seen before.
Gonna jump straight off the ship.
Whole lightning on the bird that's flying, attacking the mast.
You can do that, but remember that there's a giant balloon above you.
Oh crap!
If you do that, you would set the balloon on fire, and I think you've seen images of Settlingers during Second World War.
Okay, maybe I won't do that.
You would know that is not an intelligent move in the situation necessarily.
I would know that is a bad idea.
Also, technically, you're kind of above the clouds now, so.
Yeah. So that means the lightning comes from below. No.
Entire ship is gone.
Okay.
In
that case, I would like to go up to the one that is busy attacking my friend over there.
Otto or Celeste?
Not Celeste. Celeste can fend for herself for a second.
Right. So you go towards the one here?
Yep, that one. And I am going to... Well, hang on, I can do something cool. Because I got other things. Can I use Thunder Wave but not hit Otto?
Yeah, you would be able to angle it like that, I think.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to use Thunder Wave.
Mm-hmm.
At level 3.
Go for it.
And I would... So that's a con save of 14.
Where's my dice? That is a 10.
Cool. I would like to use my Channel Divinity to roll max damage.
Okay.
So that is 48, I think. Yeah, 48 at max damage. And then I think I had this other thing.
30 something?
6.
36,
32,
yeah. 32, yeah, that's it.
32?
I think I have this thing that pushes things back when I do lightning damage. Now, by 10 feet. Where is it? And yeah, I just got it. It's a level 6 thing. I think I can push people back when I do lightning damage.
Is it a feature or what is that?
It would be a feat. No, it wouldn't be a feat, but it would be a feature of the Tempest class.
At 6th level, when you deal lightning damage to a large or smaller creature, you can also push it up to 10 feet away from you. Thunderbolt strike.
Okay, so it gets pushed 10 feet to the side. And it's now floating or flying next to the ship instead. I don't have another one to put it on right now, but let's just assume that that's where it is. For now, at least.
And then after I do that, I'm going to turn to Otto and go, run! And then as a bonus action, cast Spiritual Weapon and put it where the bird was.
Right. What can I use as a spiritual weapon at the moment? I have this.
Spiritual weapon as a rough draft copy thing looks sort of like that.
Like a sword. Cool. So I'll put the spiritual weapon.
The runes of the gods up the shaft and the symbols at the hilt there.
So this one's on the side here. The spiritual weapon is here. He cannot move yet because it's not his turn yet, but he definitely understands the situation now a little bit better.
Yeah.
Cool.
And I think I can swing with the sword. No, the sword's probably not in range. Okay.
No, you push him 10 feet away, so if you put it where he was, you wouldn't have it in range, no.
Yeah, okay, so that'll do. That's
cool.
My turn.
So that's you. Next up, we have Celeste, actually.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
No.
Everyone rolled pretty shitty.
So, sorry, just quickly looking at where I am stood.
Can you see it?
Yes, I'm going to... Is there someone behind me?
No, that is the wheel, and then on the front of the wheel there is a little box, a little chair with a gnome standing on it while driving, which is Speedy.
Right, so what I want to try and do is where that pole is next to me, I want to try and kind of move around that and put it between myself and the giant bird. So not necessarily moving out of its melee range.
Just
kind of like
do that, giving you a little bit of cover. There is not a lot of space left here because there is one individual here. There's a guy on a chair. There's Ingwe and a giant owl and another giant hawk. So there's not a lot of space left in that specific area.
Yes. So I'm thinking, if I need to, I can wedge myself between the pole and the cannon, almost.
Yes, but you can't get all the way around right now because there's also a box on the other side of this thing. But as far as you can go, this is as far as you can go at the moment before someone moves. And you can get on the opposite side of it if you needed to.
And then I'm going to reach out and try and, wrap my arm around one of the... around the pole, almost, to kind of, steady myself. And I'm just looking up at this giant bird. And I'm just it's attacking the mast. They're coming for something. And then as I'm moving, I'm just going to try and hit it with my hand, kind of on its beak, back off. Swat at it. And as I do it, I'm going to shock and grasp it and try and zap its nose.
Right, you can definitely do that.
Just smack. 17.
Hits.
Where are all of my d8s? That's a d10, Laura. It's a 7 and a 6 for 13 points of lightning damage.
Right, yeah. He gives off a scrah as soon as that happens. And can you roll a history check?
History. Oh, yes, I can roll a history check.
Ooh.
Natural 18 plus 8 for 26, I think, numbers?
Yep.
Coming this close to this thing, you realize you do actually know a little bit. You have seen this creature before. This is known as a Fey Rickshaw, which is a carnivorous fiend creature from the Feywild.
Sorry, what's it called?
A Fey Rickshaw. Reksha. And
Carnivorous fiend.
Yes. Only living in the Feywild. In the more shadowy areas of the region.
Okay. Interesting.
Right. And that is you.
Yes. She's gonna kind of like look around towards Ungwe, and just as she's kind of like backing up after she, mosquito zaps the thing on the nose, turn around towards Ungwe and goes, I don't think these things are from here. And that's it, that's her turn.
Right. So that's you. So now it's the bird's turn. The first bird that got blown off the side bends back into another spot. Right behind you. Ready?
Hello again, birdie.
Second one continues to attack the masts, and the third one is going to make Celeste make a wisdom saving throw.
I have
Which you have
advantage on
advantage on.
those.
My ability is in full effect today.
Okay, that's a pretty good 15 for the first one. And yeah, so 15 is my highest.
Right, so as it looks at you, you see this swirling mess of colors come out in front of it from its eyes, and you catch yourself like feeling drowsed, but then you kind of shake it off and fuck that, no, you're not letting it happen. You can see the bird looks at you like, shit, that didn't work, and it's gonna attack you twice with its claws instead. One natural 20 and an 8 plus 16.
Yep, both hit.
Both hits. Okay, so the first one is just a claw, so that's 4 points of slashing damage for the first one, and 2 points of necrotic damage. And the critical is going to be... Oh, that's not that one. It's going to be 8 points of slashing damage and 2 points of poison damage.
Okay.
And that is the first one. The second one is going to attack Drekik.
Yep, you can do that.
It is going to attack you 3 times instead. It's not going to use its special attack.
Yep,
So it's going to attack you first with its beak, which is a 24 to hit.
Yep, that'll hit.
And 2 claw attacks, which are over 20, both of them.
Well, yep. Ouch, these guys can hurt.
They're good hitting in this. So the bite attack gives you 4 points of piercing or slashing. It doesn't really matter for you. And then it gives you 3 points of cold damage, which you are resistant to, I believe.
Yeah, so that's rounded down or rounded?
So that's just 1 point.
Yeah.
And then the 2 claw attacks are 8 points of slashing piercing damage and 2 points of necrotic and 2 points of radiant damage.
Okay, what a combo.
Yeah, it's a bit random what happens there. The last one's going to attack the mast 3 times.
Don't do fire damage.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's not great, so that's great.
Does it miss the mast? It hits Drekik, but misses the mast.
Yeah, it did miss the mast, actually. Okay, I'm just going to write this down for the mast. So that's... Okay, 10. Cool. So it looks like it carved its claw pretty heavily into one of the masts. If that really matters for this construction or not, you don't quite know yet. But that's what that one did.
Can the one that hit me make a dexterity save of DC 14?
14.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, then it's saved. Half damage on success. So you take 9 halved. So 4?
Yes.
4 lightning damage.
Radio.
Which I can push it up to 10 feet away again if I wanted to.
If you want to. Do you want to?
No, I don't.
Okay. Right. So that's the bird's turn. Don't think any of them want to move. How much did you give that one, Celeste? You gave that one 13. That one's the one. No, I don't think they want to move at the moment. I think they're good where they are. Next up, the civilians in general. The first mate is gonna step the fuck away over here and literally just fall to his knees crying.
What a great guy.
The captain is starting to look very concerned about this massive fucking bird that's 90 times its size right behind him, but he has to keep going or the ship goes off course. Olga is gonna throw a pan at the one flying above her head.
Yeah, Olga, prove your worth.
MVP, bitch.
But there's now one pan less in the inventory as she throws it straight off the side of the ship, unfortunately. But she tried, and now there's bacon everywhere. But she's gonna stay there, and she's gonna start rummaging through her pockets for other stuff she can throw at this thing. Let's see, can you get past? Your spiritual weapon is kind of floating off the ground, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not huge anyway. It's just a sword.
So Otto is going to try to move towards the door as far as he can get. That's pretty much that. Don't think there's any more civilians. No. Is they all left? Last up, we have the Goliath barbarian looking kind of fella. He is going to look at this situation with these birds, and he's going to just stand there a little bit. He's kind of holding his axe, and he's not quite sure if he's going to do something and not do something. It looks like he's kind of having second thoughts about something. And then instead he's going to drop his clothes. He's going to take his clothes off. And as he does that...
That's not a bird. I'll show you a bird.
So as he does that...
I think that's a big call.
Wait, what? Someone's scary.
You see his form changing into that of a wolf.
It's a werewolf.
But still on 2 feet. Not
Oh my gosh.
4. And attack the one next to Drekik with his claws and his bite. Jesus, double 18s. And the bite is a miss. Cool.
This is exciting.
So that was the one there. So that is another 10 points of damage. Right. And that is his turn for now. And now it is Ingway's turn at 0 in the initiative order. Jesus Christ.
So I'm going to ask the birds that I have conjured to attack the bird that's attacking the mast.
Don't forget you're on the back of one. So climb
Still mounted
Yeah.
onto one of them right now.
Yeah. Yep.
You're still going to fly up on the back of the bird?
I'm going to fly up on the back of the bird and attack the one that's on the mast.
Cool. I'm going to just put this one at the base, and I'm going to put this one at the base here. And I am going to just move you with it as well. So, make 2 attacks as your birds, if that's how you want to do it.
Yep. That's what I want to do. So they can make 2 attacks. So 22 to hit and 14 to hit.
The 14 misses, but the 22 hits.
And 20 to hit and 13 to hit.
20 hits, 13 does not.
And they do 7 and 8 slashing damage.
Cool.
And then I would like to. So I want the birds to attack them, and then I want to try and jump and grab a bird.
Okay. Just a question. Is them attacking on your turn your action, or is that just a thing?
They have their own action. They are independent thinking creatures that operate on my initiative. And then remember, previously we've allowed them to operate on... Actually, we've never had it because they always die real fast, which is what's going to happen now.
Well, we'll see.
So I want to... So I still have an action, and I can't direct them around battle. I can only give them one instruction and then they follow it.
Cool.
I'm going to try and jump and wild shape. I want to jump in wild shape and try and get the thing.
Right. So it's a bit into the air, so you would take some damage if you miss, and worst case scenario, you will jump off the side of the ship. Depending on how bad you roll, of course.
Yes.
Right.
That's what I'm going to do.
So that is a very complicated move to push off. So I'd say...
So that, the bird that's just... I'm on the back of the bird that's just bit the other bird.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd say make an acrobatics check for me.
Can I do it
I've written
as
down
my
DC.
Can I do it as my thing that I'm wild shaping into?
Are you wild shaping before you jump? Because the jump is the acrobatics part. And the wild shape is more the landing part.
Yeah, then we'll... this is a bad idea. Okay.
Okay. But you can definitely try.
Yeah, no, okay. I'm gonna jump as Ingwe, and then I'll decide what I'm wild shaping into after I roll. Yeah. Right. Let's do that.
Okay. Make a acrobatics check.
Acrobatics check.
You not want this.
It is 10.
You do not calculate the jump right. And you are probably 5 feet off the target. Roll a d20 for me.
20.
Right. So you do not fly off the side of the ship into complete death. You do manage to grab a hold of the mast as you do so. And what are you wild shaping into? On the way down.
Giant spider.
Right. Giant spider. So you're falling a few feet. So you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage before hitting the ground as a spider. I'm going to put you somewhat here. I guess I'll move you.
Good attempt.
I'll turn this one into...
While I'm falling, I want to shoot the web.
What isn't that an action?
Oh, is the action the jumping? Okay.
Your action would be jumping in this case, yeah. Because it's such a complicated maneuver.
Should have done that.
Well, it was a nice try. It could have been cool.
Would have been cool if it worked.
It could have been cool. I have some of these birds that I can also print that does have room to stab a mini on top, but I didn't print them because I didn't think that was going to be real.
I wasn't going to be mini. I was going to...
But it was close.
If I was successful, I was going to try and turn into a bear.
Right. Well, I mean, it could potentially have happened.
But yeah. Not very dexterous, old Ingwe. So there we go. Good idea, Osh. Yep.
I guess that's... Is that your turn?
Yeah, sure. Yep.
Cool. So top of the round, we have Carstein, and he's looking very confused as well. So he is going to shoot it again. with magic missile. And I can't figure out if he looks more confused about the werewolf or more confused about the giant bird.
That's right.
Or
'cause he
giant
wasn't
spider
with
that just fell out of the air.
Or that, but you kind of saw him turn into the spider, and he's a wizard, so he's like, oh, okay, I guess I understand what that is. But it's like, what the fuck was that? All right, so that's that one there. So that's 10. Cool. So that is his turn. Sean, you up?
All right. Gonna. Yeah, I mean, this has turned into chaos in the best possible way. Sean's
a
gonna whip
giant
out.
spider.
He's gonna whip out his thunder axe. And just switching over to my actions. There we go. Okay, so Ingwe's basically like on top of him. He's gonna try. Is there enough space on the other side to duck around?
Yes.
To get to the one that's sort of like ground level that I
Yeah,
believe
absolutely.
is interacting with
Absolutely, yeah.
Drekik. Yeah, okay.
Because technically that square that you see in the way there isn't there.
Right, yeah, obviously.
I am going to have to use
He's
this
flying.
to get you out there. That's a lot of movement there.
Okay.
Let's just say here, the fry chef needs to move. Come on. There we go.
A delicate maneuver.
I love the lightning effect. It's so good.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I found out that it could do that because I made it myself, and not the entire line of lights works. That because I did that. So because it does that, it turns into a temporary flashing effect, which is really cool.
That's dope. That's dope.
So now you're right next to Drekik, and
Alright.
you can get a flanking because there's a werewolf right behind it.
Okay, sweet, hell yeah. Yeah.
And he's like,
Advantage on the attack,
yeah. Yes.
which also Sean looks at that and contemplates with his axe.
Just focus on the bird.
All right. I hope you're lacking weight. And because we're flanking, I get advantage, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hells yeah! Woo! Dirty 20.
That is. What did you roll?
15 on the dice.
Okay, so it wasn't like crit. Okay, cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
go for it.
Sweet. And that is. I was like, is it one-handed or two-handed? Then I'm like, right, John.
John is only one-handed.
Awkward.
Yeah. But max damage. That is 10 slashing.
Ooh, okay. It's looking pretty hurt.
And he's going to rinse and repeat as Jean does. For a 15.
Misses.
Well, he got one in there. Yeah, he's going to hang on to his action surge in that for now. But yeah, he just goes in, takes one swing, flips the axe, goes to swing the other way, but the angle's a bit awkward. He's not used to swinging with his left hand.
As you carve into it, you also notice that where you hit with that axe hit, you carve through some of these feathers, and you can see like ash just kind of falling out instead of blood.
Steel burns them or something.
It could also just be how they work.
Oh yeah,
but it definitely checks for John. Definitely checks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's about it.
Well,
Yep.
Next up we have Drekik.
The
D-double-D.
Drekik is... How hurt is Celeste?
I guess Celeste was the only one I hit so far.
Yeah.
She's looking a little bit hurt, I guess. She's looking like she's bleeding a little.
I can't really see her from my angle, though. That's the thing. So.
Maybe a spinal injury. I'm not sure. She's standing up still.
She is. She's still standing. Thank God for those 5 temp HP.
Yes.
By the way, you have advantage on your next attack. So
Thank you.
I would like to
rage
and use my spiritual weapon to attack the grounded bird in front of me.
Right.
So that is D20 plus whatever that is. There it is, plus 6. 7 plus 6 is 13, so that's probably not good.
No, unfortunately
In which case, I will then. Can I move around so that both the one attacking the mast and the one on the ground can get hit by my breath attack?
How far is the breath attack? What's the range?
I think it's 30 feet. 30-foot line breath weapon that's 5 foot wide.
Is it 30 foot long? 6 inches. Yes, but you would hit the mast because it's right behind the mast.
Don't want to do that, do we?
I mean, you could try.
No, I don't want to hit the mast. I've decided that it is a bad idea to hit the mast. So in that case, I will just pull out my awesome sword and try and swing it at the birdie in front of me.
Go for it.
For a 10.
Misses, unfortunately. Go wide.
I am not good with weapons.
Right as you attack, it kind of moves its bird wings and just smacks you almost across the face with the feathers. And you just kind of lose track of where you were, but unfortunately it misses.
Where am I?
Radio. That you?
John! Oh, hey, werewolf.
Yep.
You're also standing next to a werewolf. Like a hulking beast. It's like pretty big.
Yep.
Yeah. Next up after Drekig, we have Celeste.
So this creature kind of attacks me. First, will kind of like yank herself backwards, go, "Get off of me, you filthy thing!" And then reach towards and try and like hit it again with another shocking grasp. Oh yeah, natural 19. I think will hit. So it's a +8.
Did you roll that with advantage?
Yes, I did.
Good.
The other one was a 9. A 9 and a 19.
9.
That's the only advantage you get.
Oh yeah, that's a 6 and an 8 on the dice, so that's 13 again?
Another 13.
No, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
14.
So 14 points of lightning damage as it attacks and just, "Get off me, you filthy thing!" And she like kind of like stumbles backwards and then tries to like wedge herself back around the other side of the pole again, trying to keep something between her and the bird.
Right.
And then she'll...
The feathers kind of starts falling off when you hit it, and as soon as they leave the body, they just start turning into ash.
And then she'll kind of whirl around and look behind her, kind of see that everyone started to move off the platform where she is. And then she'll turn and see if she can find one of her friends. Who's the first person that she sees when she's like whirling around trying to see someone?
I mean, technically the closest one is Engway as a spider. The next one would then be Drekig, and then Sean.
I'm just thinking from her vantage point where she's currently standing.
You can't see any of them.
Can't see any of them? Okay.
No, because you are standing behind the captain as well. So there's technically 2 people blocking your view there. And there's like a bird and 2 smaller birds attacking each other as well. So there's no line of sight whatsoever there.
No line of sight whatsoever. Okay, I'm just going to roll a random... I'm going to roll a d4 and ignore the ones. Ingwe, you will be a 2, Drekig is a 3, and John is a 4. And that is a 2. So that is Drekig. And she'll kind of scream out and go, "Be careful of these things! I don't know where they came from, but they're definitely not of this world. Disgusting!" And I'll just give you a point of inspiration.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
I feel inspired.
So that is a d8. Inspo.
Nice.
You're right. They are yucky.
Foul creatures of the air.
Okay.
And yeah, so she's just going to keep moving, kind of playing maypole with this thing, kind of keep something between her and it.
Right. So, now it's the bird's turn. So, the first bird, the one in melee combat with everyone, is going to bamf out of existence.
Oh.
And is going to...
We did it. We beat them.
I'll just move them around. Swap places with the one attacking the mast. And the other one is also going to be attacking the mast. I'm going to put it on top of the mast here. Hopefully it won't fall off. There we go. So now there's 2 attacking the mast.
Oh.
And 1 attacking Celeste.
Right.
So the one attacking the mast on the top, I'm just going to roll that. That's a natural 20 and 2 hits. So...
I didn't take mending as a spell.
Okay, that's another 15 points of damage from that one. That one there is... Yep, that's another one.
And I revivify the mast.
Right, so that is... Let me just math for a second. That's 45 points of damage to the mast so far. So you can see it's starting to crack and give. The one attacking Celeste is going to try to attack. I'll give you +2 armor class because you're hiding behind the mast. So these attack rolls are going to be... Just keep that in mind when I call it up. So it's going to attack you once with its beak, which is a 24 to hit.
Yeah.
Right. And 2 claws, which are another 24 and a 23 to hit.
Yeah.
Right.
Of course.
Sorry.
It's like
It's
over
rolled
like 10 to what my AC is.
So from the bite, you can see this beak full of like hundreds and thousands of small little pincer-like teeth hits you, and you take 6 points of slashing damage, and you take here's another one than that one. You take 1 point of radiant damage. Sorry, 2 points of radiant damage, and from the other 2 claw attacks, you take 5 points of slashing damage, and then you take 2 points of fire damage and 2 points of radiant damage.
Okay.
As it just... and it bamps out of your area.
Okay.
And it's going to attack the other mast. And just because I'm scared of this one, I'm going to move this one to the ground, but it's actually not on the ground.
Okay, it's flying up.
Yes, it's flying up in the top there.
Is it like... So it's not... Is it next to the other one that's stacking the mast or further up?
So there are 2 different positions on the mast. The other one's higher up, almost at the top, and this one stays where it is. So the other one's higher than this one.
Higher than 30 feet, probably.
Yeah. So that's the bird's turn. Next up, we have the civilians. He's going to try to get out of there with all these birds in the fucking way. So he is going to... he can get to the door. He's going to get to the door. And Olga picks up her... What do you call it? Like a rolling pin?
Rolling pin.
And she just throws it and catches it, and she just chucks it at the first one again. He's like, I'm not done talking to Sean! She loses her rolling pin as well. It's a similar roll as before. Whoever is below, it's going to be a bad day.
I imagine like we're ducking and weaving these like kitchen instruments as they're flying past. Fuck!
Fortunately, her cooking skills wasn't that great, so...
Coming out in the morning and just being like, what is this rolling pin doing, like, in the corn?
It's just this goblin laying there with a rolling pin sticking out of his head. Like...
I was gonna say it like landed in the earth like Thor's hammer, and someone's like, "Oh, the mighty rolling pin! I will be the
The
ultimate
gods
chef."
are talking to us.
Oh,
That is the backstory for the next character that I roll when Celeste inevitably dies.
Well, you might come back here and maybe you'll find a magical rolling pin. Keep it in mind.
Oh yeah.
Right, so that's the bird's turn. Next up, we have the wolf guy, who's going to not really know what to do, because at this point he has to climb. So he's going to climb the mast. He's running over to where Ingwe is and up opposite side of Ingwe, he's going to climb the mast, hopefully. Let's see how well he does. That is a horrible fail, so he falls down.
Yay!
And he is prone on the ground.
Wait, that's not a yay. That's a no.
Nay.
So it lands on the ground.
I thought, yes, he failed, and then I went.
Bloody fingers.
But it's Ingwe's turn. And his birds.
Ingwe and his birds. So now that both of the birds are attacking the eagle that's attacking the mast, I am hoping that they will attack together. And so they will attack from different sides.
So yours will attack both of those. So
well, the instruction I gave them was attack the bird that's attacking the mast.
Right. Okay. Well, give it a go. Let's see. Yeah, I'll give you advantage.
So 21.
Hits.
19.
Hits.
16.
16. That's an 8. Oof. Alrighty-o.
And
Looking pretty hurt too.
21. No, that's just 2 hit.
Hits.
16 hits?
Yes.
Okay. So it takes 17 from the first bird and 13 from the second bird.
Right.
And then Ingwe is going to shoot the other one with a web.
Right. So the one that you just attacked with the 2 birds, you see them clawing and clawing it, and it falls to the ground. Mm-hmm. And as it hits the ground, it just disperses into ash and disappears. So I will use this one to say that they just swap place. This one's higher up, but that one is now gone. As your birds killed that bird.
And so Ingwe has
bigger than your birds.
21 to restrain the bird with a web.
That is a...
No, it's an attack roll. So that it's
sorry.
To hit.
And
then
it's...
on its turn, I'm sure it'll bamf out, but on its turn, it can make a strength save to get out of it.
Right, okay. So at the moment, it's webbed.
It's webbed, which makes it restrained.
Right, so it is still moving, even though it's supposed to be restrained.
Because it's magical. Yeah, cool.
Well, it just can't be restrained.
Oh, it can't be restrained, so
No.
it can just
So
float
the
around.
web's still there, but it can still move
Yeah.
and all that stuff.
Wow.
That's just one of the things that it's immune to. So.
Yes, because it's just move. Yep. Woohoo!
Right.
That's my turn. Oh, actually, can I move up the stairs? Can't be restrained. Yeah, no. Okay, I'm gonna move up the stairs.
Right.
Towards where Celeste is.
Okay, so you're going up the stairs instead. I'll put you here. It's a nice fucking spider. Also, just as a note, that spider is not a giant spider. That's a giant spider. But I don't have anything in between that and the smaller ones because they're supposed to be 10 feet. Don't have 10 feet. Anyway.
Large beast.
Yes.
Yeah, 10 feet. Yeah.
Cool. I need to get one. Anyway, is that your turn? Cool. Next up, we have Karstein, and Karstein is going to he's going to continue to shoot because he can't really reach it, and he doesn't want to get close. Where is my last D20? So he's going to shoot at the bird on top. 10 points of damage to that one there. Right. So he hits the other bird at top, and it's looking pretty hurt, but still there. And next up we have Sean.
All right. Jean's gonna try to run to that one because the one at the front mast is low to the ground, right? Or they?
Yes, it's still hovering a little bit above the ground, but you would be able to hit it in a melee attack.
Yeah. I think I'm trying to get the spacing right, but I think would John be able to make it there? Looks like it's going to be close.
How much is your movement? 30 feet?
30, yeah.
So that's... Yeah, I'd say you can. Even though you're supposed to jump up here, I'd say that you can definitely get up there.
Sweet. Hell yeah. John's gonna run up, pull himself up with the axe, run over, and he's gonna jump and attempt to try hack one of this thing's wings off.
Whackity whack.
First attack. Oh, dirty 21.
Hits.
I don't know why dirty 21, but 21. And
can I get a 21 and a dirty glass, please?
That's for 6 slashing damage.
6 slashing. Right. So this one's almost unhurt. This one hasn't really taken any damage.
Yeah. Then going to turn around and he's going to try hit it square in the chest with a much lower roll. 11. So,
no,
yeah.
Unfortunately, misses.
But fuck it, he's going to action search you.
Go for it.
So he's going to go another 2 attacks. Next attack, natural 19.
Boom.
So that's crit. Booyah.
Remember your axe.
Yep. So that is 8 slashing damage.
Mm-hmm.
And 11 lightning damage.
Ooh.
And he's going to go again.
Was that with all the effects of the axe?
That's all. Oh, wait, shit. I forgot to double the initial damage. Sorry. So there'd be an additional 6 slashing damage on top of that.
Radio.
Yeah. And then he's going to spin around and he's going to try go for the side of this thing, like aiming basically just behind the jaw.
Right. Go for it.
God, math. 17.
Hits.
Sweet. And that's for another 8 points of slashing damage.
Oof, well, that's a lot of damage in one round there. Jesus Christ, Stormtrooper is gone. Cool. You just see the first hit just chucks into the side of it, and again, you also see this ash just kind of float out almost like blood. And then the second hit just hits it on the opposite side, and you just see... And you can see these thousands of little dagger-like teeth just staring right back at you. There you go.
Yep.
Cool. That's you. Cool.
That's
Next
me.
up, we have Drekik.
Drekik. The one at the top, he's going to look at and cast Toll of the Dead. I'm assuming it's within 60 feet.
Yes.
So he has to make a wisdom saving throw of 14.
Ooh, that's not going to be easy. Nope, that's a failure.
Okay, you take 2d12 necrotic damage, which is 10 necrotic damage.
Right. So as you cast this spell, it was Toll the Dead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You hear this loud boom, and you just see this bird just starting to burn up from the ground up, and it just falls down screaming as it disappears into oblivion.
And then Drekik's gonna turn towards the other bird, and with his hand just pointed it, and his spiritual weapon's just gonna fly 20 feet towards the other bird.
Right.
I don't think it's gonna reach it.
No, unfortunately, can't quite get there. 20 feet is around here.
And then Drekik's gonna run as fast as he can after it, so 30 feet.
Right, so you're gonna get right behind where Sean is here, because he's kind of in the way now. You can't quite get up in that space until next round, if there is a next round. We'll see.
And that's my turn.
Cool. So that's you. Next up, we have Celeste, actually.
So Celeste, as this thing disappears from in front of her, she's kind of like stumbling, her vision blurry. She wraps her hand around her middle and pulls it away and sees it covered in red. She kind of leans against the pole and bonus action healing words herself for some heals.
How low are you?
Low.
Okay.
You left me with a couple hit points to spare. So thank you
Couple
for that.
meaning two.
meaning a couple, yeah.
I was lucky though.
He was very lucky. So I'm gonna heal myself. With a 3 and a 4 on the dice, so that's 7,
Okay.
8,
That's
9,
alright.
10, 11 points of healing.
That's not too bad.
Oh, I nearly healed myself for 20 for some reason. I wrote 20 into the heal box. Because I think that's what it was going to be. So anyway, it doesn't matter. And then she's going to look out, and there's only that one bird left, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, fuck it. As she's standing there, she's going to kind of get this, like, feeling wash over her as this memory kind of, like, comes to the forefront of her brain. And then she just feels her hands, like, heating up and burning. And then she just looks towards this creature in front of her and at the mask and where it's torn. And then as she takes a big breath, and then as she does, she's going to reach forward and she will cast Firebolt towards that bird in front of her, and she will, as she breathes in, no, I think that's it.
Is that one of your new spells?
Yep.
So you need to make a roll.
Oh my god, I got to pop up and it's not disappearing from in front of my thing, and there's no X button and I can't see anything.
Welcome to Google Ads.
Yeah, it's CC Cleaner, and it's like,
Oh, great. That's good to
Now,
know.
clean your
sponsored.
PC.
You can get them to come and clean up the crime scene after you're done with these birds if you want.
Yes. Okay, so do you want me to make the roll first before I make my attack roll?
Just roll a d20.
That's cocked. 19.
Right, so you're fine. You don't have to make the other roll.
Great.
Just continue.
Oh, it's a natural 15 plus 8 for 23 to hit.
Definitely hits.
And that is... Oh my god, double 10s on the dice. 20 points of fire damage.
Right. How do you want to do this?
Bird is
And
cooked
that was
to-
exactly his hit
Yeah.
points. I'm like, what? It has like 70. What is going on here?
How did that
Yeah.
all just come together? So, like...
I don't know. Like, that's fucking nuts. Once again, that's fucking nuts. Anyway.
So as she's kind of got like one hand wrapped around her middle and her vision blurring, and she just, this memory pushes itself to the forefront of her brain, and she just feels her hands heating up. And then she just points towards the bird, and as she does, this like stream of fire just erupts from where she's standing and just kind of like blows the bird backwards, just leaving like a trail of like ash and feathers and smoke and fire in its wake as it goes on for the full like 300 feet and then just disappears into nothingness at the end of there.
There you go.
What was that? Where did that come from?
Poetic Justice, as last of the enemies, unless you count the werewolf, disappears.
Now you!
We are no longer in combat. So I'll move us back to that one. And I will just turn this one off as well, just so we don't get all that light. There we go. And for now, combat has ended.
I feel like that was one of the smoothest combats we've had so far.
Yeah.
Not that everything has to be a
I
for that situation, but it could have been if Ingmar jumped off the fucking side.
Yeah.
Oh, I have something that I need to clarify with you, which I think it'll be pertinent in situations like this. So you know how I bought that stone feather, which allows me to cast Featherfall on myself?
Yeah.
As a reaction or whatever. Is it a one-time use thing, or is it like a thing that I have to like attune to and?
No,
can
it's
use?
once per long rest.
Okay, cool.
But you can only cast it on yourself, I believe. That's it.
Yeah, I can only cast. I just didn't know. Just just thinking about it for reasons.
No, of course. That would be a very interesting situation to use it, of course, if that had been relevant.
Yeah.
But for now, at least, combat dies out. Everything seems to go back to being itself, quiet self, still heavy metal playing in the background and music, and now you realize the fighting is over. You can hear it again. You kind of notice that he's deaf. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on up here, so he's just continuing playing. The captain miraculously continued the journey during the entire fight. One of the masts is heavily damaged, though, and that may or may not cause a problem for the future days. But for now, at least, you are not dying.
Am I able to climb up and assess the damage to the mast and see if potentially there is a way it could be repaired?
I'd say that from where you are now, you can just use your looking glass and have a look at it if you wanted to without having to climb. Make a investigation check. I say investigation check.
Investigation 18.
It looks pretty bad. It looks like this may or may not actually reduce, or sorry, not reduce, may actually mean that the journey takes longer than intended. For now, it's not really something that you know. You haven't really been on a flying ship before. That is a question that the captain may or may not need to address. And you also notice that the werewolf guy is turning back into his Goliath self and putting up his clothes and putting it on. And it's like, don't worry, it was just a spell. I'm a druid. And then he sits down and starts tying his boots.
I think, if nothing else, we've certainly earned our passage.
Look at that, Sean. I scared them off. Stupid ass birds. She walks back down, Olga, to the kitchen.
I can't. Not another day with this.
Miss Celeste, you're not looking very good. The birds really got you, didn't they? Hey,
Yeah, I'm alright.
Here, eat these. They'll make you feel better. I will cast Healing Word and give you 3 berries.
So full.
You get 9 points of healing.
Thanks.
Yay!
Yay!
No, 8 points of healing plus 3. So 11.
Even more, yay!
You also now notice Taryn coming out from underneath the table in the middle of the battlefield. It's like, oh, hey, that was pretty good, hey. You did pretty well for your first day. That's crazy, like, whoo, birds. Wow. What would have thought it? Good job.
So, you're not really much of a fighter, I see.
Oh, I was shooting crossbow things at the birds while I was in hiding.
Insight?
What'd you get?
6 plus 6, 12.
Yeah, he was definitely part of the fight.
All right, cool. I'm sorry, was too distracted by.
It's okay. I'm like a stealthy kind of guy. I don't just like fight out in the open. I'm just,
of course,
taking a tactical position and
sense.
just oversight. Like Overwatch, calling out orders to everyone, and yeah. It's okay. Thank you for the assist, though.
No, that's perfectly all right. I'm glad we were able to fend them off.
Yeah, no worries at all.
Where do they come from?
Behind us.
I know that, but she'll turn to look at the captain to go, are these types of creatures normal on your route? Is this something that you often see?
No, I have never seen that before. That's new. I have occasionally seen large birds, but not these ones. We had a dragon chasing us a few years back, but I mean, nothing happened of it, obviously. We managed to use the cannons to scare them off, or at least confuse them enough.
Oh, the cannons.
Could have used the cannons.
Yeah, could have used the cannons, guys. Come on. There's an instruction manual like that. Anyway.
I've read it too.
I didn't.
The birds are still flying in the air around. I would have told the birds, hey, Huey and Dewey, go and just keep an eye out for us. Circle up in the air. Come down if there's someone coming.
If you see Louis, let me know.
They seem to keep an eye out as you instructed them to. The remainder of this day, they do not seem to have any issues. Eventually, most of the passengers go back to the deck and talk about how exciting and scary it was that they got attacked by these carnivorous birds of some sort without any kind of warning. And in the evening, it seems like everyone's back to their normal selves. Everyone's quieting down, and the night seems to come to a close. What is Sean doing at this moment?
Are we talking like end after food's been done, all dealt with, and that sort of thing?
Yeah, I'm just fast forwarding a little bit at the end here
Yeah.
because we're about to end.
Yeah. I would say Jean's probably sort of like attempting to venture out onto the decks a little bit, and he's staying right by the door, and he's just like heavy breathing, trying to cope with the heights and everything that's going on, but he's sort of just doing his best to try pop his head out, get a bit of fresh air, and just sort of like get used to where they are type thing.
Right. Anything else that you want to do before going to bed? Oh, thank you, director. Or is that pretty much it?
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much it. Sorry. I thought I had an erection. I was just like, whoa, what?
No, it's because someone subbed.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
That was me.
I missed
nice.
my bad. I was just like, what?
So as
Yeah.
So as you eventually go to bed, you find some rest, but you also wake up after a little bit with a feeling of someone holding your hand. And floating in the room next to you, because this is a single bed, you see almost very lifelike image of your wife, holding your hand very tightly and just smiling at you.
Hey.
Hey, Sean.
We're on our way back to see my sister, so...
I know, she's very busy right now.
I can imagine a lot of investigations and that going on with what happened to Mitos.
You're such a guy, Sean. She's giving birth.
Oh, shit. Going to be an uncle.
You are. And I'm technically an auntie, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how to really respond to that, but...
I mean, you're here talking to me now. That tells me you're still with us. You're still in it. Shit. Well... I mean, that's honestly some of the best news I've heard in a long time, so...
I thought you wouldn't mind if I gave you an update.
Thank you. Just gonna sit up on the side of the bed. Come on. Sit down with me. Let's catch up.
See some sun next to you.
And he's gonna sort of do his best for as long as she is there. He's gonna try to explain. Actually, before he's gonna explain everything that sort of is going on and all that. Try to catch her up and that whatever's happened. But before that, he's gonna be like, I got in contact with our boy.
Oh yeah. Is he okay? I mean, I guess he's okay. I've been checking on him and he seemed to be fine, but
he's thriving. He sent back that message
with
his own magic, and yeah, I'm trying to get there as soon as I can. I think once we get back and sort out what needs to be sorted in King's Helm, I think I'm gonna have a chat with the group and see if they're willing to come with me home. Try to figure some things out.
Nice.
I want to make sure my boy's safe, and it's proven pretty risky as I sort of roll my shoulder around.
I'm very proud of both of you. You see a little tear forming in her eye. and as it drips off, it hits the ground and turns into glass.
Oh. Thank you. I'm
not quite sure how I did that, but I mean, I guess I'm getting better at this.
Sean's going to reach down and attempt to pick it up.
Okay. It's just a little glass, tear-shaped object.
I mean, I know it wasn't intended, but thank you. I'm gonna keep this close to me. And he's sort of gonna put it aside and then sort of try and grab her hand.
It feels as real as you can imagine.
And he's just gonna sit there and like hold her hand on his lap and sort of just put his head down on her shoulder and just sort of sit there.
Right. Give her a hug, and you feel her presence. You can't feel her warmth, obviously, because there isn't any warmth to be had. But you feel her presence, that it calms you down, and as you stroke your hair, eventually you fall asleep. And you just sleep through the night. Celeste, what are you doing for the remainder of that evening?
Celeste is sitting up on the deck at the front of the ship, kind of just sitting there curled up with her head on her knees and her arms wrapped around her legs, and just literally just staring out at the sky until dawn, and then she should make her way into bed at like 4:35.
Well, you see a beautiful sun up in the morning before going to bed, and you feel well rested from just watching the stars and the sound of movement, almost like white noise in the background. And you realize, oh yeah, that's heavy metal. But other than that, you feel strangely calm and feel like you got a good night's sleep if you went to bed now. What about Drekik?
Drekik's gonna spend a little bit of time after the fight just checking up on Celeste and making sure she's alright, because she was the only one who didn't see the entire fight. And then after that, he's just gonna go to bed, say a prayer. Go to bed.
What? You feel like your prayers was most likely heard? Not quite sure if
maybe.
they're busy or if he's doing something else right now, but you feel like it was heard. Anyway, what would you like to do for the remainder of that evening?
I think Ingwe is going to get very well acquainted with the guns, the big cannony things.
Right. You can definitely do that. It's not hard to manage them once you read the instruction manual and you have made sure that everything has been assembled with an Allen key in the correct way.
And then he's going to cast Skywrite.
Right.
And just leave in the sky kind of the words protected by V.K Incorporated.
Right.
Like
Age
ahead, as far ahead as
First commercial ever. Cool. Yep.
But also to calm the like crew and stuff down, for our people,
Most of the people wouldn't notice that they're too tired at that point, but yeah, they can definitely do that.
And yeah, no, that's it.
Right. So as you go to bed, you hear a buzzing noise, sort of like a whoom, 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 whoom. And it's coming from your necklace.
Oh. What's up? Wonder what Vartex is up to in there.
Not that one.
Oh, the one that's in the lid box.
No.
Oh.
Your necklace.
Oh, in my totem one.
Yes.
Oh yeah, cool.
So many necklaces.
This one or this one? My tinfoil hat. Do I know what that means?
It means you have a call coming. Or a meeting.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. I press the button because I know how to answer the phone.
Yep. You just think of it. And you haven't seen this before. You've only been told of this because you haven't had to do this in practice because you literally haven't left before. But your room is filled with light. This bluish kind of energy. And after a few seconds, the dust in the room kind of finds its spots. And you see your entire home city standing around a fire. As one by one, they begin to tell stories. And one of them, while this is happening, is approaching you. And you can see that it's your mom. And she looks worried, but she also smiles when she sees your projection is with them in the village, like their projection is with you. There's a lot of stories are told that evening about different adventurers or monsters and creatures, but you don't really hear much of it because it's just a conversation for you, really, between you and your mother, talking about how much she miss you, how much she have cooked all your favorite things to eat while you were gone, and that she was very nervous when she saw in the tree that you had lost your life and came back several times, might add. And she'd been extremely nervous because she knows that one of the others that was sent out is dead. That Kura, who was lost, is dead. He has passed away in his journey. She's very nervous, and you can see in the background all these people telling stories, some of them even shushing her a little bit, but she is very focused on just spending time with her son for the first time in a long time. She even has some of the cookies in front of her that you love so much, hazelnut chocolate chip cookies, but obviously you can't have them. So she'll eat them in front of you and tell you how nice they are. And you can see that she's worried. But she spends most of the evening just listening to you. And you go to bed extremely late, but you don't really have an alarm clock on this ship. And you feel well rested. And that's where we're going to lead tonight's episode.
Woo!
There you go.
I like it.
Picasso.
I like it. Picasso.
There you go. Sorry, it was a little later than usual, but I didn't quite know when we're
Ow.
going to start fighting. We didn't even know if we're going to start fighting because that was random.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I've kept track of the initiative for next time as well.
Oh, good. So
Yeah, yeah.
smart.
Very cool. Well, let's see where this leads next time because you're 2 days into the journey only.
Woo.
And the mast is almost broken.
Yep.
Right. So maybe we should find someone to raid. I can see that Jacob is falling asleep. So let's do some roll-offs. I got a 14 this time to find a raid.
Roll off. 1, 2. Raid roll off. I got a natural 1.
Woo. 4.
3 for me.
Whoa,
Holy
I get
shit.
to pick.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And I got 14.
There you go. There you go.
There you go. Cool. What are the options for tonight?
So There's always a fair few and a lot that are reruns, so I'm
Yeah,
just
like
trying
crying
to
babies
put
when
make
like
sure.
phone's muted.
Yeah, there's no point in the reruns ones.
So there is Dreaded GM is doing a Storm King's Thunder.
Right. That's very
Wait, is
appropriate
that
with all the
actual?
thunder we had today. Yeah.
Ask a GM. They might be just doing a chat about that stream, from what I can tell. But
Okay.
there's Kingslayers episode 8, Kittens, Gambling, and Ruins by the Eldritch Scribe.
Okay. We have rated them a few times.
Yep. That's reruns. Atticus 64 is doing Mythic Odysseys and Theros.
Right. Maybe we should just do Dreaded GM again, just because they seem really nice.
Yeah.
Even though they might not be playing, maybe there's something else for everyone else to enjoy today. And everyone who's with us, remember to like and subscribe to our channel, but also be gentle and nice. And like Olga would say, just get them to shut up if anyone's causing any issues in the Dreaded GM's chat. Probably don't do that, but yeah.
Yeah, let their mods deal with it.
let the real police do that. Yes, that's fair.
I hope
we
Olga
are not
survives a
bad.
long time.
That's fair. Cool.
There we go. Okay, it should be loading up now. Yeah, Monsters and Mayhem. If you got the emotes, the emotes, what are they called again? God, words. You get them.
Emotes.
Yeah, I got it right. Sweet. I'm not crazy.
I was like, what? What? And then I was like, wait, what is the word? I don't know the word.
Yeah.
I was like, it is emotes, isn't it? What?
Yeah. For some reason, it
Gave
just
us all a
sounded wrong
D4
as I said
psychic
it.
damage.
Aha, confusion. Sweet. All right, that is good to go. If you got the message, get it ready.
Cool.
Sweet.
All right, love you guys.
See
Great week.
ya.
See ya.
One. Great time.
Pop.
Woo!
And we're in.